think we've got everything turned on one more time. Baruch atah Yahweh Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedishanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'shmoah kol shofar. Blessed are you, Yahweh Eloheinu, King of the universe, who has sanctified us by his commandments and commanded us to hear and respond to the call of the shofar. Ate your heart out. Okay, to get it all on the tape, we're going to be studying today in Deuteronomy 29, verse 9, or verse 10, as it is in most of our English Bibles. And we'll be reading the book of Ecclesiastes, the whole Megillah. Megillah, the word Megillah in the Hebrew means a scroll, or the roll. And then actually for a half Torah it'll be Ezekiel 38:18 through 39:16. Normally this reading today would be the last reading just before Yom Kippur, but seeing as how we've had to change the schedule around because we've had to change, the calendar, the biblical days according to the seasons of Moed, the appointed times, rather than just going by a set calendar. We're not exactly in the same order as everybody else is following. As we go before Yahweh today, I in a prayer, and this is one that I've actually put together from the prayer book. The prayer book was written, and I call it a prayer book because it contains a lot of prayers. But it was actually written to help those who had trouble trying to compose or develop a prayer or something like that. That's why the prayers came into being. It wasn't that anybody thought they were trying to be so much better than anybody else. But the prayer we read right now, if you stop and think about it, this prayer has been said by our ancestors thousands of years before now. So when you stop and think that when we follow some of these same traditions that they follow and we do the same thing that they're doing, then we are actually associating ourselves with our ancestors going all the way back to the time of Moshe when they came out of Egypt. Yahweh our Father, Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak and Yisrael, we ask that you guide our thoughts to you today and to your word, the living word, our deliverer. Help us at this time to remain steadfast in our walk of obedience to your word. We praise you, Father. We thank you for all your blessings and all the good things that you bestowed upon us. Open our hearts that we may see wondrous things from your Torah. We pray, Father, that in the future we be considered worthy to escape all the things that are coming upon the children of disobedience. Help us to be a light to others that desire to learn the truth according to your word. Guide us into all wisdom and understanding through our obedience to your word. B'Shem Yehoshua. Amen. Now actually this 31:30 is normally the last chapter that would be read on Shabbat, turning back in obedience to Yahweh's word. But in verse 10 of Deuteronomy 29, he says, all of you stand today before Yahweh Elohechem, your leaders and your tribes and your elders and your officers, all the men of Israel. I'd like for everybody to pay particular attention to who he says that he's going to make this covenant with. Okay? Because it's important to understand today, because most people think, oh, well, he made a new covenant and he made it with the church, not anybody else. And so many people today think, oh, well, the church has the promises, but not anybody, not the Jews, the church has replaced the Jews. And there's so many things along that line that people think and say. It's important for you to understand exactly what the scripture says, so when somebody says something like that, you can say, well, now, wait a minute, what about Deuteronomy 29:10? All of you stand today before Yahweh Elohechem, your leaders and your tribes and your elders and your officers, all the men of Israel. your little ones and your wives, also the stranger, the ger, who is in your camp, from the one who cuts your wood to the one who draws your water. Now these that are not of the tribe, what were they? They were servants of all the others. This was the way it was then. This is the way it will be again in the future. Remember, he said that all the nations are going to serve the tribes of Israel. That word stranger there in verse 11 is the word ger. You could transliterate it as G-E-R, ger. The number 1616. Strong says that it means a guest, by implication a foreigner. Brown Driver Briggs expands on that and says it's a sojourner, also a newcomer lacking inherited rights. Okay? Now, I don't normally like to do it, but speculation is possibly it refers to some of those who joined with them as they traveled during their 40 years. You know, we know that there was a mixed multitude that came out with them from Egypt, and whenever they were receiving the Torah on Mount Horeb, he called all of them the children of Israel. So the strangers that it talks about here could have been some of those who joined with them during their 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. It could have been that there were a lot of were descendants of the mixed multitude that were mentioned back, you know, in Exodus 12:38. However, it does describe the strangers as ones who cut the wood and draws the water, implying that they serve the children of Israel. If you become one of them, right, then they serve you. Okay, so in verse 12, and now he tells them the reason why they were all gathered there together, that you may enter into covenant with Yahweh Eloheka and into his oath, which Yahweh Eloheka makes with you today, that all may enter. Who all these were, the strangers, everybody can enter into his covenant, but you have to enter into his covenant. The word oath in that verse 12 is the number 423. The Hebrew word is the word Allah, like A-W-L-A-W, Allah. It means an imprecation. Now, y'all may have already known what that meant, but I had to go look it up. An imprecation is an oath binding to a curse or calamity for disobedience. So it's not just an oath where somebody says, well, I swear something. This is an oath that contains binding to a calamity for disobedience or a curse. Brown Driver Briggs says that this word means an oath of covenant, a curse. And of course the word covenant here is the number 1285 in the Hebrew. It's the word berit. And I know everybody is probably talked and read and heard, and there's been people teaching about covenants and what covenants are, and they talk about covenant relationship throughout organized religion, you know. And all of them, I guess, have different ideas of what the word covenant really means. But I'm asking you, what is covenant? And then I think we need to look at Scripture, and then if we understand what covenant is based on what Scripture says covenant is, then we have a better understanding that way. Go to Exodus 19. I guess I'm going to have to mute the telephone. We're beginning to get some feedback, so just hold on out there in phone land.
Q&A mode is on. Participants may now unmute themselves. Presentation mode is on. Only organizers can be heard.
Okay. In Exodus chapter 19, remember we said that the word oath is a word, it's a covenant, but it's binding to a calamity or a curse for disobedience. So in Exodus 19, starting in verse 5, he said, now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be a special treasure to me above all people, for all the earth is mine. Those who are keeping his covenant, he says, are a special treasure to him above all people. Verse 6, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests, a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the sons of Israel. So Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid or set before them all these words which Yahweh commanded him. Then all the people answered together and said, all that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. You see, you enter into his covenant in an agreement to obey what he says. If you don't agree to obey what he says do, then you're not entering into covenant with him. I mean, that's pretty simple, isn't it? And then when you agree to enter into that covenant, then you're also taking upon yourself the curse or the calamity that comes from disobedience. And it's not Yahweh creating these problems. It's not Yahweh putting it on you. It's there because you disobey, and the calamity is inherent in the disobedience. So Moshe brought back the words of the people to Yahweh. Go to chapter 24 of Exodus. In verse 7 and 8. Now, Moses, he came down, he gave the words of Yahweh, but here in Exodus 24, it's talking about, I think would be a good term, ratification or an establishment of it, because the Torah is established with blood. Okay, and this is what he's done. Remember back in Romans it talked about Messiah Yehoshua, his shed blood has established the covenant which was given to us here. In verse 7, then he took the book of the covenant and read in the hearing of the people, and they said, all that Yahweh has said we will do, and be obedient. And Moshe took the blood, sprinkled on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh has made with you according to all these words. See, that was the blood of animals, right? But now through Messiah Yehoshua, we've been what? Washed with the blood of Messiah. The other was a temporary covering. This is permanent. Go to Exodus 31. In verses 13 through 18. We're going to see here in just a moment also where the covenant is also called the 10 Commandments, or the 10 words, the 10 things. And included in one of those is the keeping of the Sabbath. But here in Exodus 31, in verse 13, it says, speak also to the children of Israel, saying, surely my Sabbath. If your Bible has the word Sabbath with an S on it, plural, change it to singular, because it's singular, it's not plural. Surely my Sabbath you shall keep. It is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that Ani Yahweh, who sanctifies you. You shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, it is holy to you. Everyone who profanes it shall surely be put to death, for whoever does work on it, that person shall be cut off from among his people. Work shall be done for 6 days, but the seventh is a Shabbat of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whoever does work on the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Does that mean a person's fixing to die? Or do they have eternal life lost and they're already walking dead? You see, if you don't have eternal life, then you're dead while you walk. People don't realize. They think, oh, well, I didn't die. And yet this physical body is going to die anyway. In verse 10 or 16, he says, therefore the children of Israel shall keep the Shabbat, the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations. Most Bibles have the word a perpetual covenant. So the Sabbath is a perpetual covenant in itself. If somebody says, oh, well, I keep so-and-so, that day is my Sabbath, and somebody else says, well, they keep that other day, that's their Sabbath, that's fine. But the seventh day Sabbath is Yahweh's perpetual sign between him and his people. In verse 17, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. La'olam. 5769 is the number. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. All his work of creation went on for 6 days. He rested on the seventh, and he invites us to rest on the seventh day. You see, on the seventh day, when we enter his rest, it's when we cease from doing our works or what we want to do and start doing what he says do. As long as somebody's continuing to do what they want to do on the seventh day instead of what he told them to do, you have not entered into his rest or his covenant. I don't know how to say it any clearer, any more simple than that, Not picking on anybody, but if you're working on the Sabbath day, you have not entered the rest of Yahweh. Okay. Go to Exodus 34. In verse 28. This is referring to Moshe. And he said that he was up on the mountain and everything. He was there with him for 40 days. Verse 28, he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. He wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments, or the 10 matters, the 10 words. Is that not saying that the 10 words are a covenant? How can you change any part of it? And if it's his covenant, that's what he gave you. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. In verse 13. This is a reiteration by Moshe. Some almost 40 years later, and he says the same thing again in verse 13. So he declared to you his covenant which he commanded you to perform. 10 commandments, or the 10 words, or 10 matters. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. You see, he couldn't begin to write them on our hearts until Messiah came and died and rose again, which is what's prophesied in the Torah and the commandments. He wrote them on our heart then, but until that time it was written in stone until Messiah came to fulfill. That's what was prophesied that he should do. Okay, we've talked about now, so what is the covenant? I don't think anybody has any problem understanding the covenant now. It's what we call the 10 commandments, right? And if you'll notice there in Deuteronomy 4, in verse 14, it says, And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might observe them in the land which you cross over to possess. All the other instructions are given explaining to us how we can keep the 10. The first one says, love him with all your heart, mind, and soul. How do you do that? Obedience is love. If we love him with all our heart, mind, and soul, then we will do what he says do, no matter what it is. So now the question is, who is the covenant with? Go to Genesis 15. I had here recently, I was questioned about what I said concerning that he never made a covenant with any other people. In Genesis 15 and in verse 18, we all understand this passage. If you back up in that chapter, you'll find this is where he told Abraham to go out and to cut the animals in half and spread them out on the mountaintop and so forth. In verse 13 it said, Then he said to Abram, Know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land not theirs, will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. In verse 16 he said, But in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. Verse 18 he says, On the same day Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, saying, To your descendants. Now who's he saying he's making this with? Abraham, and to his descendants, right? Is who he said it is. So the land now, and he said, To your descendants I've given this land. So the land is a covenant possession of the descendants of Abraham. The criteria for keeping the land is obedience to the other instruction he has given. So the land is a covenant possession which only belongs to them as long as they keep the covenant. Go to Genesis 17. I think this is very extremely important for people to get a hold of and understand, so when you're talking to somebody else, you know, you can begin to speak to them when they ask you these strange questions that they really, you know, have no concept of what they're talking about. You can begin to talk to them on the foundational level. They will never be able to understand the questions that they ask you and the answers that you give until they get some kind of true foundation. So in Genesis 17 and verse 19, he says, Then Elohim said, No, Sarah, your wife, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Yitzhak. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. he shall beget 12 nations, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Yitzhak, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this set time next year. So again, he's referring to the covenant coming through Yitzhak. It's very clear here it's not through Ishmael. Now the Arab people like to say, oh, the covenant came through Ishmael. But he plainly says, no, not Ishmael, it's going to come through Yitzhak. He is the son of the promise. Okay? And he's saying this is the people whom this covenant is going to be made with. Go to the Gospel of John in chapter 8. In verses 38 and 39. Now, everybody remembers that Abraham obeyed Yahweh, and therefore he said that it was what? Accounted unto him for righteousness, because he obeyed everything Yahweh told him to do. Now, in verse 38 of John 8, he says, I speak besides speaking. I speak what I have seen with my father, and you do what you have seen with your father. Remember, he told them all, called a bunch of them, you're nothing but a bunch of, brood of vipers, or the son of the devil. He wasn't exactly politically correct. He just kind of told them like it was. Verse 39, they answered and said to him, Abraham is our father. Yehoshua said to them, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. There's so many people today. Go to Deuteronomy 7. In verse 9. Now we're not talking about what the covenant is, we're talking about who, okay? And remember, when we read that, he even invited all the strangers, okay, that they could come into it. But in verse 9 he says, therefore know that Yahweh Eloheka, he is Elohim, the faithful El, who keeps covenant and mercy for 1,000 generations with those who love him and keep his commandments. When people start talking about, oh, they have a covenant, or they're in covenant relationship with Yahweh, my only question is, well, are you keeping all his commandments? Because if you're not, then he says that covenant is not with you. It's not for you. If you say you are in covenant keeping with him, okay, and then you're still breaking that covenant even though you know what it is, then you're bringing the curse. Remember the oath. Because when you said, I will do everything he tells me to do, that's when you entered into that covenant. If you ain't going to do it, you shouldn't have said so. Because you're bringing a whole lot of problems into your own life. Go to 1 Chronicles 16. In verse 15, well, 14 and 15 of 1 Chronicles 16. Now Asaph and a lot of the others, this is actually a psalm that these are singing, and it tells you in verse 7, on that day David delivered this psalm to the hand of Asaph. And in verse 14 it says, he is Yahweh, Eloheinu, our El. His judgments in all the earth. Remember his covenant always, the word which he commanded for 1,000 generations. Doesn't have it, but it's implied. The covenant he made with Abraham and his oath to Yitzhak, and confirmed it to Yaakov for a statute, to Israel for an everlasting covenant. when people say then this thing's done away with, then the question they have to ask, look at all the places we've read where he said this covenant is forever. I know there's a lot of people out there that think we're a crazy bunch of idiots. You know, we're trying to follow the law, we're trying to do the law to get our salvation. It don't make any difference how many times you tell people, no, I ain't. They still think you are, okay? But it's because they have no foundational, base to stand on, no strength. Go to Psalm 105. Everything goes back to the promise that Yahweh made to Abraham, right? And his promise to Abraham was that he was going to make a covenant with him and his descendants. In Psalm 105, look at verse 8. He has remembered his covenant forever, the word he commanded for 1,000 generations. The covenant which he made with Abraham and his oath to Yitzhak, and confirmed it to Yaakov for a statute, to Israel for an everlasting covenant. And he goes on talking about the land of Canaan as the allotment of your inheritance. That's the land. That's the physical part of the promise, okay? Go to Galatians chapter 3. I don't know how many times, anybody ever takes you on to Galatians. Well, have you ever read Galatians? Because that proves the law is done away with, right? Isn't that what people say? Look in verse 21 of Galatians 3. It said, is the Torah, the law, then, against the promises of El? Certainly not. Remember, the law of the Torah was the covenant that was given because of the promise. It is certainly not, for if there had been a law given which should have given life, truly righteous would have been by the Torah. But the Scripture has confined all under sin, that the promise by faith in Yehoshua Mashiach might be given to those who believe. Remember, what you believe is what you do. And then look at verse 29. And if you are the Mashiach, if you belong to Messiah, then you are Abraham's seed and heirs according to promise. If you believe Messiah Yehoshua, then you're an heir to the promise that Yahweh gave to Abraham. And what was the promise? Is you're going to get a covenant. So the covenant, it belongs to you. You can't run around saying, oh, that old thing done away with. You're just throwing away your inheritance. Because it's through that and your obedience to it that Yahweh blesses you. Right? We have to have more faith in Him to bless us than we have in the enemy to harm us. That's what it's all about, and the battle is right up here. We have to make the decision to do what He said do. I have to ask a question. We asked a while ago, what was the covenant? Now we ask, who is the covenant with? And now I'm asking, who is the covenant not with? Go to Exodus 23. We're only going to read this one passage. You can find it in so many other places, but I think this is going to be kind of a pretty good explanation. In Exodus 23, starting in verse 27. Now he's bringing them into the land. He's telling them about bringing them into the land, which is the covenant, the covenant land of promise, okay? Verse 27, I will send my fear before you. I will cause confusion among all the people to whom you come, and will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. And I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, the Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. Little by little I will drive them out from before you, until you have increased, and you inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the sea of reeds to the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert to the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant or treaty with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. So his covenant is not with anybody who has other gods, or who looks to other beings or other things as their creator or their source. Anybody who looks to something else as your source does not have a covenant with Yahweh. That's kind of strong, isn't it? But that's what the scriptures say. All of their gods, and you follow these other things. And remember, there's really no other creator, right? But when you start looking to other things, other people as your source or your creator, you're really trying to make gods out of them because they're not. Okay. Going back, part of the meaning of the word covenant. Did I give you the number of the word covenant? 1285. The root of the number 1285 is the number 1262. This is the primitive root, okay? And part of this word means to choose. Okay? To choose. Also means to select. The word is bara. It also means to feed. Okay? So covenant people also means the selected people. Or we can read, where they were the chosen ones, right? We say they were chosen ones, they were selected ones. Go to Deuteronomy 4. In verse 37. He says, and because he loved your fathers, talking about Abraham, Jacob, Yitzhak, all of them, because he loved your fathers, therefore he selected their descendants or their seed after them, and he brought you out of Egypt with his presence, with his mighty power. In the very beginning, they were the selected ones. They were the chosen ones because, okay? Go to Deuteronomy 10. In verse 15. And he refers to it again. He says, Yahweh delighted only in your fathers to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, you above all peoples, as it is this day. What other people did he ever choose or select to make a covenant with? Is this important? It's important for us to understand the scriptures and what they're saying and what they're written to us and who they belong to, okay? And you can't just say, oh, well, Yahweh made a covenant with me, but forget all that old word stuff. That doesn't work. You can't do that, okay? You can't throw down his covenant and say you're in covenant with him. How can that be, It's kind of like saying I'm going to drink a glass of tea and then pour it out. You can't do it. It's not going to work that way. Go to Deuteronomy 7. Verses 7 through 9. So Yahweh did not set his love on you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any other people, for you are the least of all peoples. But because Yahweh loves you, and because he would keep the oath which he swore to your fathers. That's to Abraham, wasn't it? Remember, in Galatians, we just read it, if you are Abraham's seed, or if you belong to Messiah Yahushua, then you are Abraham's seed. And what belongs to you is this covenant word that people keep saying is done away with. Yahweh did not set his love on you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any other people, for you are the least of all people. But because Yahweh loves you, and because he would keep the oath which he swore to your fathers, Yahweh has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, from the hand of the great house, the king of Egypt. Therefore know that Yahweh Eloheka, He is Elohim, the faithful El, who keeps covenant and mercy for 1,000 generations with those who love Him and keep His commandments. How many times have we read that? Keeping covenant and mercy. There are lots of people out there that like to run around talking about, oh, Yahweh, oh, He's a God of mercy. He's an Elohim of mercy, and it's based on obedience to His covenant. And He keeps mercy with those who keep His covenant. If that's true, then the other side is also true. He don't keep covenant and mercy with those who don't keep His covenant. You're bringing upon yourself the oath of the curse because of disobedience. Go to Leviticus chapter 24. Verse 22. You shall have the same law for the stranger and for one from your own country, for Ani Yahweh your Elohim. You have the same law. He doesn't say they have the same law. He said you have the same law. So anybody else then who joins with you has that same law. But they cannot stay outside the family, outside of His chosen people, outside somewhere else. They can't stay outside the camp and say, I'm doing what He told me to do. Because He said that you'll come in and learn His ways. It's true that salvation or the covenant or deliverance has come to the nations of the Gentiles. Go to Acts chapter 9. I hope y'all realize I'm trying to help us establish a better foundation for all of us to be able to answer these questions that people have. That's what I'm trying to help us learn to do, is establish that. It's Acts chapter 9 in verse 15. Now, y'all all agree that this book of Acts is what we would call in the New Testament commentaries, right? So this is probably written sometime after the death, burial, and resurrection of Messiah. Is that true? When in verse 15 it said, but Yehoshua said to him, this is Yehoshua speaking after his resurrection, right? Go, for he is a chosen vessel of mine to bear my name before Gentiles, kings, and the sons of Israel. Now why did he send him out there to all them Gentile nations? Because that's where the children of Israel are scattered. Okay? And salvation has opened up to the children, throughout the nations of the world in order to reach what? The sons of Israel, scattered around the nations. Go to chapter 10. This Peter, that famous incident with the sheep, right? And everybody said, never mind. But in Acts chapter 10, verse 34 and 35, Peter tells us what this whole incident meant to him. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, in truth, I perceive that Yahweh shows no partiality, but in every nation whoever fears Him and works righteousness is accepted by Him. Works righteousness. And what did we read as the definition of working righteousness? Obedience to the Torah. Then it shall be righteousness for us if we keep all His commandments. So those that are keeping His commandments, again, from wherever they come from, are those who are accepted by Him, because if He's keeping all His commandments, then they have joined themselves to the house of Israel, which is who He came for in the first place, right? Look in chapter 11 of Acts. The book of Acts has got an awful lot of stuff in it concerning, who He came to reach and why, if we just look at it. Acts chapter 11, verse 1. Now the apostles and brethren who were in Judea heard that the nations, or the Gentiles, had also received the word of Elohim. Now I wonder what word they're talking about. Is that not the Torah and all the prophets? Isn't that, Genesis through Malachi? And in verse 18 of that same chapter, When they heard these things, they became silent, and they glorified Elohim, saying, Then Yahweh has also granted to the Gentiles what? Repentance. Goodness gracious, that means that the Gentiles can now repent and turn back in obedience to the Torah and receive life. Isn't that neat? Everybody gets to repent and turn back to the Torah. But you know, the Torah was the covenant that he made with who? The house of Israel. Now he's inviting them to come into it. Did he give it to them or invite them to come into it? There's a difference in those two concepts. Okay? Go to Acts chapter 15. And verse 7. And when there had been much dispute, Cephas or Peter rose up and said to them, Men and brethren, you know that a good while ago Yahweh chose among us that by my mouth the Gentiles of the nations should hear the word of the gospel and believe. Now we're still talking commentary of the gospel. Now remember when Messiah came, what was he preaching? The gospel of the kingdom. Okay? So the gospel of the kingdom is you accept Yehoshua and you come into the kingdom. You accept the word. He is the word, right? So accepting the word before, accepting him who is the word, which includes all of it. But now it said it's the gospel, you know, and believe now it's the gospel of what the good news is here now is that, hey, you know, the one that was prophesied is here. He came. He did what he was supposed to do. So that you can believe and join in that promised word. In verse 8, there, Acts 15 says, So Yahweh, who knows the heart, acknowledges them by giving them the Holy Spirit, or the set-apart Spirit of the Word, just as he did to us. They received the same word that everybody else got. Hadn't changed. Have y'all ever realized the only thing that hadn't changed since Yahweh gave it is his word? The only thing that never changes is his word. In verse 9, and he made no distinction between us and them, purifying their hearts by faith. All of us are purified by the same thing, our faith or our trust in Yahweh's word. And until you know what that is and do it and trust it, you don't have any kind of purification. There is no other way. Look in verse 19. And then here he's writing, he says, Therefore I judge that we should not trouble those from among the nations or the Gentiles who are turning to Yahweh, but that we write to them to abstain from things polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from things strangled, and from blood. For Moshe has had throughout many generations those who preach him in every city, being read in the synagogue every Sabbath. Everything in here talking about salvation or deliverance coming to the Gentiles, to the nations of the world, is predicated on those people accepting the word that's written through Moshe. And he said that we don't have to put anything special on because they're going to go into synagogues every week and hear the Torah read and learn what they're supposed to do. But I would submit to you, until people begin to learn and listen to the Torah being taught and know what it says for you to do, they don't ever learn anything. What is their faith in then? Only in what they heard somebody say. Their faith is built on the traditions of men. The only thing they know is what's been taught by men. And the scripture says that is in vain. It's worthless. That's a sad thing. The question now is, why was this covenant offered to the Gentiles? Go to Matthew chapter 2. In verse 6, But you, Bethlehem, the house of bread, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people, Yisrael. Now wait, you mean this is a prophecy of Messiah coming and his whole purpose is to become a king and rule and shepherd Israel? What happened to all them other nations of the world? They must be the ones going to serve Israel. But you see what I'm saying here? This is Matthew. This is New Testament commentary talking about Yehoshua who's going to come to do what? Rule over Israel. Go to Matthew 10. In verse 5 and 6, this is the Messiah, and he picked out the 12 apostles, and he was sending them out. And in verse 5 he said, these 12 Yehoshua sent out and commanded them, saying, do not go into the way of the Gentiles. That doesn't mean don't use the roads. It said don't do what they do. And do not enter a city of the Samaritans, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Who did he send the apostles to? The lost sheep of the house of Israel. When people start talking about they got all this kind of stuff, then you might ask them, well, are you one of the children of Israel? And they say, well, are you crazy? No. Oh, well, that's who he sent for them to go to. And if you ain't one, what are you doing here? You know, you can be born into it, or you can what? Be adopted into it. All of them like to say they're adopted, right? Go to Matthew 15. In verse 24. You know, I know that nearly everybody in organized religion knows what these passages say, but they evidently just flat refuse to believe them. Or they twist them around or distort them or something. But in verse 24, he answered and said, what? I was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now, where has the house of Israel been at the time he said this? Scattered among the Gentile nations of the world for what? Over 200 years. Or close to 3, ever since 722 BC. So he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That's what he said. Go to Matthew 19. Matthew 19. Verse 28. So Yehoshua said to them, assuredly I say to you, that in the regeneration, when the Son of Man sits on the throne of his glory, you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging who? The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who he's going to judge. It looks to me like you're going to have to be in one of them. Okay? Everybody's going to have to be there somewhere, okay? No matter where you go to Revelation, you can go at all the other Gospels and look at all the words that Messiah's talking, and all the time he's talking about, you know, the children of Israel. And he's going to be ruling over them. How many times does he ever talk about he's going to have this or that within the other nation? The Torah asked the question, what other nation did he ever give such a righteous law as all of this Torah is? What other nation did he ever give that to? Go back to Deuteronomy 29. We're going to have to move on. All of this was in verse 12, that you may enter into covenant with Yahweh Elohim in his oath, which Yahweh Elohim makes with you today. All the people are there who are going to enter into his covenant. Today, if you want to join with him, then you join with his people and enter into his covenant. That's exactly what Ruth did. Your people shall be my people. Your El, my El. She brought herself into that covenant. In verse 13, that he may establish you today as a people for himself. This is his covenant people. And that he may be Elohim to you, just as he has spoken to you, and just as he has sworn to your fathers, to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Everything that Yahweh ever said concerning his covenant was given to these chosen people. The chosen ones, the selected ones that were the seed of Abraham. That's the only people that he's ever made this to. In verse 14, he said, I make this covenant, this oath, not with you alone. Oh, now he tells us that there's others going to be involved in this. But also with him who stands here with us today, before Yahweh Eloheinu, as well as with him who is not here with us today. He's talking about all those in the future who are not there right at that moment, but will enter into the covenant and the oath. Okay? We're going to skip over 16, 17 right now, but let's just read. If you'll notice carefully in Scripture, verse 15 picks up in verse 18. Now, in between those two, there are some words that are in parentheses, which is kind of an added thought in between. But the continuing thought from verse 15, he says, but also with him who stands here with us today before Yahweh Eloheinu, as well as with him who is not here with us today. Verse 18, so that there may not be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away today from Yahweh Eloheinu to go and serve the gods of these nations, and that there may not be among you a root bearing bitterness or wormwood. See, that's how that thought continues right on from verse 15 to 18. But now we'll go back in verse 16, and he's saying, after he's saying, all of you stand here today. Verse 16, for you know that we dwelt in the land of Egypt, and that we came through the nations which you passed by, and you saw their abominations and their idols which were among them, wood and stone and silver and gold. See, that was a reference. He said, you come out of all these things, and we came by all these people, and you saw all this stuff. And then again in 18, so that there may not be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away today from Yahweh Eloheinu to go and serve the gods of these nations, and that there may not be among you a root bearing bitterness or wormwood. So his covenant is not with anybody who has any other gods. It's not with any other nation that has any other gods. And in verse 19 he says, and so it may not happen. Before we read that, go back and look at in verse 18, the word bitterness. The number is 72:19. It's Rosh. It's not Rosh as in the head, but it's Rosh. Kind of sounds the same, but it's a different word. But this word here, 72:19, Rosh, means poison. Bearing bitterness or wormwood. The number for wormwood is the number 3939. It means to be cursed as with the curse of death. You see, the poison up there is something you take because it brings death associated with. Both of these are words with have a death associated with them. And he's saying, remember, you've taken an oath to be obedient to Yahweh's word, okay? And when you turn away from that, start following these other gods, these other things, and what's associated with them. Bitterness or wormwood. Romans says the wages of sin is death. You sin, you die. What is sin? Transgression of the word of Yahweh, of the Torah. Again in verse 19, and so it may not happen when he hears the words of this curse that he blesses himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace. A lot of people today are not walking in obedience to the Torah, and they think, oh, well, I didn't die last time I broke Torah. I ain't going to die the next time, so I'm all right. I'm doing fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great, you know. I'm doing good. I shall have peace even though I walk in the imagination or the stubbornness of my heart. And he's saying this as though the drunkard could be included with the sober. See, they add that part to it. People think everything's fine, everything's hunky-dory. Boy, I'm in good shape, you know, I'm perfect, I'm fine, you know, nothing happened last time. Look at me, man, I'm great, you know. And they don't know. Think about a person who doesn't study the Word, All they know is, and they believe is what somebody else has told them. Okay? So they begin to serve the other gods, you know, but that's all they know, and their minds become poisoned. They wind up becoming cursed because they're breaking Yahweh's covenant. Remember, they had sworn, oh, I'm going to obey you. But then they listen to these other people and they follow what these things say, and instead of obeying him, they're following something somebody else said, and they begin to bring all these curses upon themselves. Then they become deluded. They're deceived. They're so deluded in their own mind that their mind becomes darkened. Darkness comes in, right? And so great is the darkness that they cannot see the truth. I know we've all run into these times where we're talking to people, and no matter how much we talk to them, or no matter how much scripture you try to show them, or anything else, or no matter how much rationale you try to use, and you give them something, they look at you like, you know, like a blank pie pan or something, you know, and it's just, and no matter what you show, they can't seem to see it. Okay? Go to Proverbs chapter 2. The thing about it is, everything that he's telling us, and everything that he's teaching us right now, and the things that Messiah went through, he went through it before we ever got here. Okay? In Proverbs chapter 2, he says in verse 6, "For Yahweh gives wisdom. From his mouth come knowledge and understanding." From his mouth. You see, you study this word for yourself, and you're getting it from who? His mouth. From his mouth is knowledge and understanding. He stores up sound wisdom for the upright, is a shield to those who walk uprightly. It's a shield to those who do it. Reading it is not a shield if you're not doing it. He guards the path of justice and preserves the way of his saints. Saints, those who are set apart to him. Then you will understand righteousness and justice, equity, and every good path. When wisdom enters your heart and knowledge is pleasant to your soul. If knowledge is pleasant to your soul, then you can stay in there, hang in there, and study and learn, and just, you know, man, it's a joy to go through it, okay? If it ain't, guess what? You can't hardly be there. 10 minutes, you got to go do something else. I've had enough of that. Discretion will preserve you. Understanding will keep you, to deliver you from the way of evil, from the man who speaks perverse things, from those who leave the paths of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness. When you're talking to these people, they are deluded by those who've been teaching them the ways of darkness. That's all they know. In Proverbs chapter 4, look at verse 19. The way of the wicked is like darkness. They do not know what makes them stumble. Now back up verse 18. But the path of the just is like the shining light that shines ever brighter unto the perfect day. I mean, y'all realize the contrast between these two verses here. Go to Matthew chapter 6. In verse 22 and 23. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye is good, your whole body will be full of light. But if your eye is bad, or evil, or unhealthy, then your whole body will be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? You see, this whole thing is referring to what you choose to put in there. What we hear, what we see, what we eat, all these things, these are all organs of sensory perception, right? And it's through these organs that we put things into who we are. And it's the input that we put in we become what we put in there. Go back to Psalm 18. In verse 28. It says, "For you will light my lamp. Yahweh, my El, will enlighten my darkness." But you have to be searching for Him before you receive any light. You've heard me say this before. If somebody's not searching for the truth, they really don't want to hear what we have to say. They could give a flip less about what you think. And they sure don't want to know what that word says. If they did, they'd be looking at it. But you run into somebody that says to you, "Man, I've been reading and studying and looking in this word and studying and studying and studying, and I can't seem to get a handle on it," you know? Why? The problem is all the stuff that they've been indoctrinated to believe is keeping them from seeing the truth. And when you begin to show them how to eliminate that thing and just accept what the Scripture says, and all of a sudden it becomes a light to them, once they get a hold of it, you think they're ever going to go someplace else? They're going to stay right there in that word. Go to Psalm 27. I'm not trying to beat this to death, but we need to understand the difference, in dealing with people. Psalm 27, verse 1. We've read this many, many times this last, month. It says, "Yahweh is my light and my deliverer. Whom shall I fear? Yahweh is the defense of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" The difference between us and them. Us and them, okay? My. The difference between us and them is whether you believe what this word says or not. In Psalm 119, that old standby. In verse 105. He says, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." Your word. Did King David look to Yahweh's word as that's what he's going to follow? And the Scriptures tell us that King David was a man after Yahweh's own heart. If we want to be in that same position, then what should we be doing? What should be, what we look to more than anything else is His word to guide us. Once you begin to study that, this is not exactly concerning the light of the darkness, but just back up to verse 104 there. "Through your precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way." If His word doesn't say it, it's false. When people start telling you, I think this, or I feel that, or I believe such and such, just say, "Well, can you give me chapter and verse?" And if they can't, then say, "Well, why do you believe it if it's not in the Scripture? Where'd it come from?" It must be a doctrine of men of some kind. It must be, something. Go to Isaiah. Oh, I know some people who really think this is a fabulous little verse. Isaiah chapter 8. And if we would begin to get a hold of this verse and realize when you're talking to people, okay, and if they're not talking according to what this word says, it's because there's no light in them. Verse 8, chapter 8, verse 20. Actually, verse 19 and 20, because, this tells you where they've been. Verse 19, "And when they say to you, seek those who are mediums and wizards who whisper and mutter, should not a people seek their El? Should they seek the dead on behalf of the living? To the law and to the testimony." If they do not speak according to this word, it's because there's no light in them. Somebody's trying to tell you something, you'll just say, hey, have you ever read this verse? If you're not trying to talk according to what this Torah says, then it's because there's no light in you. Well, if I ask you a question and concerning something that you told me and you can't give me chapter and verse for it, then where'd you get it? If you can't give chapter and verse, where did it come from? Did it come from him or somebody else? It may have come from some spirit, but it wasn't his. Go to the Gospel of John. We all know those passages in chapter 1 about, he is the light. John chapter 1, verses 7 through 9. This is talking about, Yochanan, the immerser. In verse 7, he said, this man came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all through him might believe. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. He's bearing witness of the one they call Yehoshua, right? Is he not the Word made flesh? If he's the light, and if he's the Word, then the Word is light. If we looked at all these passages, said the Word is light, kind of like X equal Y, Z equal Y. Well, if that's true, then X and Z the same thing, right? Go to chapter 12 of John. In verse 36. While you have the light, believe in the light, that you may become sons of light. Now, if this Torah is light to begin with, and the Torah is the Spirit, the Torah is the Word, and the Torah is the Father, and then the Word became flesh, you see the picture that the Father is giving us. He became flesh, called the Son, still the light. You can't say He dwells in me if the Word doesn't dwell in you. Can you? I mean, it'd be a lie, but I guess you could say it, but it's not true. Go to Romans 13. In verse 12. The night is far spent, the day is at hand. Therefore let us cast off the works of darkness and let us put on the armor of light. In Ephesians it says, put on what? The whole armor of Yahweh. Here it says, put on the armor of light. I wonder if Yahweh and the light's the same. That really wasn't anyway. Go to 1 John chapter 1. In verse 5. In this verse, he said, this is the message which we have heard from him. Who is the him he's referring to? Yehoshua. Well, this is the message that we've heard from Yehoshua and declare to you that Elohim, Yahweh, is light, and in him is no darkness at all. Then anything that somebody tells you that can't be verified in the Word is darkness. Go to Revelation 21. In verse 23. Now, if we're all supposed to be sons or children of light, and we're going to be in a city of light, we're going to be ruled by the light, we're going to be walking by the light, okay? Then I have an idea he's not going to allow any darkness in his city. And who's he going to allow to come into his city? Those who keep the commandments, because those are the ones who are walking in light. So in chapter 21, in verse 23, the city had no need of the sun or of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of Yahweh illuminated it, and the Lamb is its light. We all want to talk about the future. We all want to talk about we're going to be in that heavenly city. You know, we're going to walk the streets of gold. We're going to do all these kind of things. We've heard these stories for years as we were growing up, right? And all of it points to obedience to what this word says. And without that, there is nothing else. Everything else is darkness. If his word is light, then what is dark? Opposite of the word. Go to 2 Thessalonians. It kind of ties it all together. In chapter 2. I want to start in verse 8 because I'm going to change the wording a little bit to actually match what's in what we have as the Greek text. But in verse 8 it says, "And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom Yahushua will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming." You know, brightness comes from light. And he's going to be destroyed, this lawless one. Whoever's lawless at that time along with him is going to be destroyed as well. Does that not make sense? His coming, in verse 9, the lawless one is implied. His coming is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. The love of the truth. If you're speaking what this word says, and nobody wants to hear it, then they don't have a love for the truth. That makes sense? If you're speaking what the word says. All right, go back to Deuteronomy 29. I say all this, I mean, looking at that in verse 19, because he says, you know, I shall have people, he's talking about those who say, I shall have peace even though I walk in the imagination of my heart. And then he's saying as though the drunkard should be included with the sober. The difference between the drunkard and the sober is the difference between daylight and dark. Light and darkness. And in verse 20 it says, Yahweh would not spare him, but then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy would burn against that man. And every curse that is written in this book would settle on him, and Yahweh would blot out his name from under heaven. Now, I don't know anywhere in the scriptures where it talks about if you do this or if you do that, well, then he'll put your name in the book of life. There's lots of places in scripture where he talks about blotting your name out, which implies that your name is already in the book of life, right? So it's there until you do something to get it removed. But it says Yahweh's not going to spare him. His anger is going to be against him. Every curse written in this book is going to settle on him, and Yahweh would blot out his name from under heaven. I mean, if you think you got problems, you know, can you imagine what this is going to be to somebody? Just to give us a little bit of idea here what's going on, go to Exodus 32. In 32 and 33. Exodus 32, 32 and 33. Moshe was praying for the people because of their sins and what they had done. And he said in verse 32, "Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, but if not, I pray, blot me out of your book which you have written." He's saying, if you're not going to forgive them, well, just blot me out. Let him go instead of them. And he said, what? And Yahweh said to Moshe, whoever has sinned against me, I will blot him out of my book. What does that do to people who have unconfessed sin in their life? If it's unconfessed, they haven't been forgiven, right? Go to Psalm 9. in verse 5. You have rebuked the nation, the Gentiles. You have destroyed the wicked. You have blotted out their name forever and ever. Boy, that's stout, isn't it? But he said that's happened. Go to Luke chapter 10. You know, we've all talked before, and we read the verses that talks about narrow is the way that leads to life, you know, and narrow is the door, and few there are who find it and everything. I don't know whether people realize it or not, but the more we study, the closer we get, the more narrow that door gets, the more narrow that gate becomes. And few there are who find it. In Luke chapter 10, in verse 17 through 20, then the 70 returned with joy, saying, Master, even the demons are subject to us in your name. And he said to them, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Behold, I give you the authority to trample on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. I give you the authority. The authority is through what? The obedience to that word. Verse 20, nevertheless, do not rejoice in this, that the spirits are subject to you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. They're there until we do something to cause them to be blotted out, right? Go to Revelation 20. In verse 12 through 15, he says, And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before Yahweh, and books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged according to their works by the things which were written in the books. The dead are judged according to their works. The sea gave up the dead who were in it, and death and Hades delivered up the dead who were in them, and they were judged, each one according to his works. Then death and Hades were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And anyone not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. Now, I'm not a hellfire and damnation preacher, everybody knows that. But I'll say one thing that the Scripture says. The Scripture says if you obey him, then your name's in the book of life. If you reject him, then you'll be cast out, right? And where are you going to be? In the lake of fire. Go to Revelation 21 in verse 27. We were reading there a while ago in 23, talking about the city. In verse 27 it says, But there shall by no means enter it anything that defiles or causes an abomination or a lie, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. You know, one of the implications in that verse is if you are written in the Lamb's book of life, then it means that you will not defile, you will not cause an abomination, or you will not cause a lie. And is that an implication of that verse as well? Go to Revelation 22, look at verse 18 and 19. For I testify to everyone who hears the words of the prophecy of this book. If anyone adds to these things, Elohim will add to him the plagues that are written in this book. And if anyone takes away from the words of the book of this prophecy, Elohim shall take away his part from the book of life, from the holy city, and the things which are written in this book. You know, there's a lot of places in there talks about names in the book of life. Coming out and who's in. And it all has something to do with what's written in the Word and obedience to it. You ever notice that? Go back to Deuteronomy, verse 21. We just got through reading there about, every curse, is going to, and Yahweh's going to blot out his name from under heaven. And Yahweh would separate him from all the tribes of Israel for adversity. I'm not sure I want to be separated from the tribes of Israel if out there is going to be adversity. According to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the Torah, so that the coming generation of your children who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from a far land, would say when they see the plagues of that land and the sicknesses which Yahweh has laid on it, the whole land is brimstone, salt and burning. It is not sown, nor does it bear, nor does any grass grow there, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and his wrath. Those cities that he overthrew because they were all wicked. And Paul says that this was written for our learning, that we should take, learn it as an example to us. It's going to come to us too. Verse 24, all nations would say, why has Yahweh done so to this land? What does the heat of this great anger mean? Then men, as implied, would say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. Understand, all this destruction and everything comes because these people were disobedient. They broke the covenant. Verse 26, for they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods that they did not know and that he had not given to them. How can we claim that he is our Yahweh, he is our, covenant redeemer, and then not do the things that he tells us to do? Who are we really looking to then as our source? In verse 27 he said, then the anger with Yahweh was aroused against this land to bring on it every curse that is written in this book. That sounds like it's a prophecy. Not here in Deuteronomy before they ever cross over into the land, right? In verse 28, and Yahweh uprooted them from their land in anger and wrath and in great indignation, cast them into another land as it is this day. Notice he's saying these are all the things they're going to say in the future. These are things that we should be thinking about today, Where are the Jewish people? They're back in the land, right? But what happens if they don't straighten up and fly right, so to speak? Bad things are going to happen. Before we read verse 29, go into Romans chapter 1. Starting in verse 16, Paul writes, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of the Mashiach, for it is the power of Elohim to salvation. The gospel is the word, is it not? And he's saying this word is the power of El. To what? To salvation or to deliverance for everyone who believes. You believe shows up in what you do. James said that, right? You don't have any works that you say you believe. I'll show you what I believe. I'll show you my faith by my works. So it's what we do that says what we believe. We can say one thing, but if we're doing something else, then we really don't believe what we're saying. Verse 17, for in it, what? The gospel, the word of the Mashiach, is revealed, the righteousness of Elohim is revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live or shall have life by their faith or their trust in him. The just, the upright shall have this. You can read the rest of that chapter. It's really a very strong verse, concerning all the bad stuff. But you'll notice going back now to chapter 29 there in verse 25, and he said, men are going to say, that he has forsaken the land. And if you'll notice, the reason why he forsook them was what? They forsook the covenant. They walked away from him. The scriptures tell us if you draw nigh to him, then he will draw nigh to you. Who makes the first step? You do. In verse 29 of Deuteronomy 29. Well, there's an awful lot of words in italics in there that are really not part of that verse. But he says the secret or to Yahweh Eloheinu. But those revealed, he's saying, what has been revealed to you is to us and to our children forever. Why? That we may do all the words of this Torah, this instruction. Revelation comes to us for obedience to his Torah, right? Revelation comes to us for obedience to his Torah. Go to Galatians chapter 1. Starting in verse 11. Rav Shaul, the Apostle Paul, writes, he said, "But I make known to you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached by me is not according to man. For I neither received it from man, nor was I taught, but through the revelation of Yahushua the Mashiach." You see, we have to begin to recognize the revelation, the understanding that we're getting. Are we getting it because it's coming from Yahweh and from his word as we understand it, or because we're getting it from somebody else? It's from his word. Verse 13, "For you have heard of my former conduct in Judaism, how I persecuted the ecclesia of Elohim beyond measure and destroyed it. And I advanced in Judaism beyond many of my contemporaries in my own nation, being more exceedingly zealous for the traditions of my fathers." You have to realize most people out there today who are zealous at all, they're zealous for the traditions of fathers. That's what they've learned. That's what they've been taught. Verse 15, "But when it pleased Yahweh, who separated me from my mother's womb and called through his grace to reveal his Son by me at the appointed time, that I might preach him among the Gentiles, I did not immediately confer with flesh and blood, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before me, but I went to Arabia and returned again to Damascus. Then after 3 years I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter and remained with him 15 days. But I saw none of the other apostles except James." Remember James, the real name of James is Yaakov, or Jacob. Yahweh's brother, or Yehoshua's brother. "Now concerning the thing which I write to you, indeed before Yahweh I do not lie. Afterward I went into the regions of Syria and Cilicia, and I was unknown by face to the churches of the ecclesias of Judea, which were in the Mashiach, but they were hearing only," quote, "He who formerly persecuted us now preaches the faith which he once attempted to destroy." That which he was once attempting to destroy, he is now preaching and teaching, right? Revelation came to him directly from Messiah Yehoshua in order that he might do and teach what he had learned. Okay? You cannot teach somebody else until you've received it from him and begin to start doing it. You start teaching all kinds of stuff that you heard, but if you're not doing it, people look at you and say, "He really don't believe what he says." People know, and it's by what we do. Verse 24 says, "And they glorified Yahweh in me." Does what our actions, what we do to somebody else, do we cause them then to walk in obedience to Yahweh's word? And are there, is Yahweh being glorified in them because of what we do? I think those are some tough questions that we need to go to Acts 22. This is Paul on his road to Damascus, We don't have to read very far here to get the understanding of what he's saying. It happened in verse 6, "As I journeyed and came near Damascus at about noon, suddenly a great light from heaven shone around me." Great light. He got a revelation in the light. "And I fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to me, 'Shaul, Shaul, why are you persecuting me?' So I answered, 'Who are you, Master?' And he said to me, 'I am Yehoshua of Nazareth, whom you are persecuting.' Now those who were with me indeed saw the light and were afraid, but they did not hear the voice of him who spoke to me. So I said, what shall I do, Master? And Yahweh said to me, arise and go into Damascus, and there you will be told all things which are appointed for you to do. And since I could not see for the glory of that light, being led by the hand of those who were with me, I came into Damascus. Go down to verse 22. A whole lot of people, after listening to him and making all this revelation and all this good stuff that he's saying, and they said in verse 22, they listened to him until this word, and then they raised their voices and said, away with such a fellow from the earth, for he is not fit to live. And they said that after he said that he'd been told to depart, for he was going to be sent to the Gentiles. And a lot of people say, oh, that's ours, that belongs to us, especially those of the house of Yehudah. And they said, what are you doing with our covenant? What are you doing with our festival? What are you doing with our Sabbath? What are you doing with our holy day? Yahweh said, they're not yours. They're his, right? When you change it to become yours, then you change it to become what you want it to be. And the minute that happens, then you put your tool to it, and Yahweh says it becomes an abomination in his eyes. That's what he said to those people. Go back, we're going to go on into chapter 30 of Deuteronomy. That's a pretty good little chapter though, that 29. Chapter 30, if you'll notice in these first few verses here, they read as a prophecy of the future which is going to come to pass, okay? Now it shall come to pass when all these things come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and you call them to mind, or you cause them to return to your heart among all the nations where Yahweh Eloheka drives you. Well, that's a flat statement. When it comes, it's going to come to pass. And you return to Yahweh Eloheka and obey his voice. That's called repentance, is it not? According to all that I command you today, you and your children with all your heart and with all your soul, that Yahweh Eloheka will bring you back from captivity and have compassion on you and gather you again from all the nations where Yahweh Eloheka has scattered you. When you begin to walk in obedience again, Yahweh says he's going to gather you up from all the nations, wherever you're scattered, he's going to bring you back to the land. How many of us really wanting to go back to the land of Israel? What's the key to it? Obedience. If somebody's in the group and keeping us from going, get with it. Okay? We all want to go back, okay, to the land. Maybe we haven't been there before, but we want to go there. In verse 4 he says, if any of you are driven out to the farthest parts under heaven, from there Yahweh Eloheka will gather you, and from there he will bring you. What was the cause for scattering you in the first place? Disobedience to the word. Verse 5, then Yahweh Eloheka will bring you to the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it. He will prosper you and multiply you more than your fathers. Some of us have been there to visit, but we've never been there to possess the land. So it's going to be the first for all of us when we go back to possess the land. And that's based on our obedience where we are. Before we go to verse 6, go to the book of Hosea in chapter 1. Now, I've recommended to everybody that you really need to read the book of Hosea. It's got some tremendous insights in it. Hosea chapter 1, he said, the word of Yahweh that came to Hosea the son of Beeri in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam the son of Joash, the king of Israel. When Yahweh began to speak by Hosea, Yahweh said to Hosea, go, take yourself a wife of harlotry and children of harlotry, for the land has committed great harlotry by backing from Yahweh. Kind of like turning right backwards or going away or backing up from him. So he went and took Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim, and she conceived and bore him a son. Then Yahweh said to him, call his name Yezreel, For in a little while I will avenge the bloodshed of Jezreel on the house of Jehu, and bring an end to the kingdom of the house of Israel. It shall come to pass in that day that I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Jezreel. Jezreel means he will sow. So he's going to break the bow by scattering them among the nations of the world. They will have no power then. Verse 6, and she conceived again and bore a daughter. Then El said to him, call her name Lo Ruhamah. Lo means no. Ruhamah is mercy, for I will no longer have mercy on the house of Israel, but I will utterly take them away. Why is he not going to have mercy? Because they wouldn't keep his covenant. Now he keeps covenant and mercy with those who keep his covenant for 1,000 generations. Verse 7, yet I will have mercy on the house of Judah, will save them by Yahweh their El, and will not save them by bow, nor by sword or battle, by horses or horsemen. Now when she had weaned Lo Ruhamah, she conceived and bore a son. Then El said, call his name Lo Ami. Lo is no, Ami is people, my people, not my people. For you are not my people, and I will not be your El. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea. He's saying, hey, even though he does this, then there's still the sons of Israel are going to be great, which cannot be measured or numbered. And it shall come to pass in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, there it shall be said to them, you are the sons of the living El. Then the children of Judah, the sons of Judah, and the sons of Israel shall be gathered together, and appoint for themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great will be the day of Jezreel. All of them are going to join together and come up out of the land to go back home to Israel, because Yahweh says so. But the true children are those who obey his covenant. And the scriptures teach us, you'll know them by their fruits, and their fruits is what? They're walking in obedience to his word. Go back to Deuteronomy. We're going to move on here in verse 6. And Yahweh Eloheka will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants. Who's going to do this? He will. To love Yahweh Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. Also Yahweh Eloheka will put all these curses on your enemies and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. You see, he promises that we're going to be blessed through obedience to his word. But through that blessing will come persecution. Okay? But then he says all these curses are going to be going to enemies, the ones that persecuted you. Verse 8, and you will again obey the voice of Yahweh and do all his commandments which I command you today. Has anybody noticed how much his scriptures talk about obedience to his word? I mean, y'all think I'm redundant, but that's what this scripture says. That's what it's all about, is obedience to his word. There is nothing else. Again in verse 8, you will again obey the voice of Yahweh and do all his commandments which I command you today. Go with me to Zephaniah in chapter 3. Zephaniah is that little bitty book back there in front of Haggai, somewhere. Zephaniah chapter 3. All of us like to consider ourselves the remnant of the children of Israel, right? These verses are going to give us a description of who that remnant is. Let's see if we really fit. Verse 8 says, therefore wait for me, says Yahweh. Wait for me, says Yahweh. Until the day I rise up for plunder. My determination is to gather the nations to my assembly of kingdoms, to pour on them my indignation, all my fierce anger. All the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. For then I will restore to the peoples a pure language. Restore. You know, it's kind of like going back all the way to Babylon. They all had one language. The way we read it, it must have been Hebrew. And then he scattered them around and changed all their languages. But now he's going to restore one language, that they all may call the name of Yahweh. That's what it said in Hebrew. To serve him with one accord. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my worshippers, the daughter of my dispersed ones, shall bring my offering. In that day you shall not be shamed for any of your deeds in which you transgress against me, for then I will take away from your midst those who rejoice in your pride, and you shall no longer be haughty in my holy mountain. I will leave in your midst a meek and humble people, and they shall trust in the name of Yahweh. The remnant of Israel shall do no unrighteousness, and speak no lies. Nor shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth, for they shall feed flocks and lie down, and no one shall make afraid. It's a pretty good promise of the future to come, isn't it? Go to Ezekiel 37. We're not going to back up quite that far later on, but starting in verse 17. He said, then join them one to another for yourself into one stick, and they will become one in your hand. Who is it that he's talking about joining together? Back up verse 16. As for you, son of man, take a stick for yourself and write on it, for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. You know, most of this here in Ezekiel on the joining of the two houses takes place before the great war between Gog and Magog in 38. And everybody expects that to happen during this time frame of the Feast of Sukkot at some point in the future. But this joining together is going to take place first, if we look at it in a chronological order. At the Moed, whenever that is, okay? Go back to Deuteronomy. We'll move on here to verse 9. He said, Yahweh Eloheka will make you abound in all the work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, in the increase of your livestock, and in the produce of your land for good. For Yahweh will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. Verse 10. It starts with a great big little word. If you obey the voice of Yahweh Eloheka to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the Torah, if you turn to Yahweh Eloheka with all your heart and with all your soul. You know, if we're not totally following him completely with all of our actions and everything, then evidently all of our heart and soul is not with him. Some of it's still someplace else. Verse 11. Well, actually, before we leave verse 10, go to Revelation 12. See, a lot of times, you know, when you're talking to people, you know, who are trying to talk to you out of organized religion, they give you some kind of scripture from the New Testament, and you say, okay, well, let's go back and look in Torah, because that's where it comes from. Yeah. In Revelation 12, look at verse 17. Now, let's back up just a second quickly at verse 9. He says, so the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of all, called the devil and Satan. So the dragon is referring to Satan, right? So in verse 17 it says, and the dragon was enraged with the woman. Now this woman is the one that gave birth to Messiah Yahushua, and that's Israel. And he went to make war with the rest of her offspring. That's the children of Israel, right? Who keep the commandments of Elohim and have the testimony of Yahushua, the Mashiach. Satan is enraged with who? Those who are keeping the commandments and have the testimony of Yehoshua. He's not upset with those who's breaking the commandments. Why should he be? He got them already. They run around there and say, boy, Satan been after me all day. Why? I mean, they've been breaking the law anyway, Who does this say that he's after? Those who keep the commandments, right? But yet we're told, Messiah said that where is Satan supposed to be? Under our feet. Why? Because we are walking in obedience to Yahweh's word. And our obedience is a shield against all those fiery darts of the enemy. Man, that's a strong promise that Yahweh gives us to believe in what his word says. That's the anchor. Go to chapter 14, Revelation, in verse 12. During the tribulation period, there's going to be lots of them who become believers during that time. Some of those people that become believers during that time are those who heard us talk and finally recognized, they were speaking the truth. And they have become believers during that time. Verse 12 says, here is the patience of the saints. Here are those who keep the commandments of Elohim and the faith of Yehoshua. Keep the commandments of Elohim and the faith of Yehoshua. He walked in all the commandments. We have to do the same thing. Go to Revelation 22. After everything's over, we enter into the 8th day. The New Jerusalem comes down out of heaven at the end of the 7th day. We are into this new 8th day in a new area of light. In verse 14, blessed are those doing his commandments, that they may have the right or the authority to the tree of life and may enter through the gates into the city. Lots of people in organized religion like to talk about all the city of gold, the golden streets, and all this kind of stuff, and yet the question, and everybody's going to go to it, right? But yet this says the only ones that enter that city are who? The ones keeping his commandments. And, we read the other place, keeping the testimony of Yehoshua. This is New Testament stuff, right? Go back to Deuteronomy. Verse 11, he says, for this commandment which I command you today, it's not too mysterious for you, nor is it far off. He said it's not hidden. It's not mysterious, it's not hidden. And it's not a long ways off from you. It's not in heaven that you should say, who will ascend into heaven for us and bring it to us that we may hear it and do it? Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will go over the sea for us and bring it to us that we may hear it and do it? But where is it? He said, the word is very near you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. Go to Romans. Most everybody's seen this, but for those of you that haven't, well, the rest of it, just bear with us a little bit. Go to Romans 10. Romans chapter 10, in verse 4, which is probably one of the fantastic verses that they choose to distort when they're talking. Verse 4, for Mashiach is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone who believes. Makes it sound like it's done away with, right? But if you remember, the word end there means the goal. G-O-A-L. So then you say Mashiach is the goal of the Torah for everyone. The goal of the Torah for righteousness to everyone who believes. That's the goal for us to become in his image. Verse 5, for Moshe writes about the righteousness which is of the Torah. The man who does those things shall have life by them. He says that the life is obedience to that Torah, and that's a righteousness. Verse 6, he says, but the righteousness of faith speaks in this way. Do not say in your heart, who will ascend into heaven, that is to bring the Mashiach down from above. Hey, we just read in Romans, he said, don't say it's in heaven, who's going to bring it down to me? And then he said, or who will ascend into the abyss? That is to bring Mashiach up from the dead. Now, wait a minute, we just read where he said, but don't say it's across the sea and too far. I got to send somebody over there. But what does it say? The word is near you, even in your mouth and in your heart. Didn't we just read that in Deuteronomy? That is the word of faith which we preach. See, that's in the italics. But this word of faith is the trusting in the word, and it's exactly the same word that he's given us over here in Deuteronomy. Life and death are in the word, and that's our choice. Go back to Deuteronomy. Verse 15, he says, see, I have set before you today life and good, death and evil. Life and good, death and evil. In that I command you today to love Yahweh Eloheka, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments, his statutes, and his judgments, that you may live and multiply, and Yahweh Eloheka will bless you in the land which you go to possess. But if your heart turns away so that you do not hear, and are drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them, I announce, I proclaim, I establish to you today, that you shall surely perish. You know, if you stop thinking about that, that's really not much of a choice. You shall not prolong your days in the land which you crossed over the Jordan to go in and possess. I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you. Has anybody noticed whether the heavens and earth are still out there? You know, you just look out the window and see the heavens and the earth. As long as they're still there, that's the witness of what he said. And if the two witnesses are still there, and if they're still saying the same thing, then the Torah is still for today exactly the way he said it is. I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you. I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your descendants may live. Now he was talking to them and us, if we are descendants of them. Verse 20, that you may love Yahweh Eloheka, that you may obey his voice, and that you may cling to him. That means stick like glue. That tight. For he is your life, and the length of your days, and that you may dwell in the land which Yahweh swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, to give them. Every place you go, this whole covenant, it ties right back to the promise that he gave to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Galatians and all of the New Testament ties it right back to the covenant promise that he gave to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. It's all the same thing. Deuteronomy 31. Then Moshe went and spoke these words to all Israel, and he said to them, I am 120 years old today. I can no longer go out and come in. Also Yahweh has said to me, you shall not cross over this Jordan. Yahweh Eloheka himself crosses over before you. Now who did they follow across the Jordan into the promised land? Yehoshua. But that said Yahweh himself crosses over before you. He will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess them. Yehoshua himself crosses over before you, just as Yahweh has said. That's pretty great, prophetic, statements there when we begin to compare them. You see how it helps to know what the real names are, Yehoshua as opposed to Joshua and something? Verse 4. And Yahweh will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and their land when he destroyed them. Verse 5, Yahweh will give them over to you, that you may do to them according to every commandment which I have commanded you. You may do to them according to every commandment which I have commanded you. Back up in that verse 3, it says, Yahweh, Yehoshua himself crosses over. It says, Yahweh Elohecha Hu Avar. Yahweh, your Elohim, your Creator, He crosses over before you. What that says in the Hebrew. He's going into the people. He's going in before the people into the promised land. Go to the Gospel of John in chapter 14. Verses 1 through 6. You know, we've all read the part that talks about that which was is that which shall be. You know, and that which shall be is that which has already been. There's nothing new under the sun. That's in that book we're going to look at here in just a minute, in Ecclesiastes. But here in John 14, verse 1, Messiah speaking, he says, Let not your heart be troubled. You believe in Yahweh, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. Where is he right now? Preparing a place for us, right? That's what he said. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. Where is he? Preparing a place for us in the Father's house. Is that right? And he's going to come back, get us, so that where he is, we may be also. You understand what I'm saying? Is that hard to follow? Verse 4, And where I go you know, and the way you know. Thomas said to him, Master, we do not know where you're going, and how can we know the way? You know, these guys have been with him for a long time, right? 3.5 years, right? Yehoshua said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Messiah Yehoshua. Go to Hebrews chapter 6. You know, if y'all stop and think about it, if the true Messiah had been taught going all the way back to the time when he was here and he went away, if the truth of the Mashiach and his kingdom and the Torah still for today, and people were pointing towards the Messiah in everything that was written, do you realize how many people today would be accepting him and still walking in Torah, and what this nation, what this world would look like? But they haven't. In Hebrews chapter 6, in verse 19 and 20. Actually, let's go back to verse 17. Thus Yahweh, determining to show more abundantly to the heirs of promise. Now who is he showing this to? The heirs of promise. We mentioned that in Galatians, okay? To the heirs of promise, the immutability of his counsel, the unchangeableness of his word. Confirmed or guaranteed it by an oath. What did he guarantee? His word is forever. Verse 18, that by two immutable things in which it is impossible for Yahweh to lie, we might have strong consolation who have fled for refuge to lay hold of the expectation. I know they say hope, it's the expectation set before us. Verse 19, which we have as an anchor of the soul. The anchor of the soul is the expectation of all the word that came before it, both sure and steadfast, and which enters the presence of the veil. Now the word is what, established, everything before us. It was promised to us, right? And yet this same word, it entered in the presence of the veil. The word in the flesh, is it not? Verse 20, where the forerunner has entered for us. Even Yehoshua, having become high priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. So he is the forerunner. Nobody else has gone in there yet. He's the first one to go, and he's showing us the way. That word forerunner, there in verse 20 of Hebrews, in the Greek text, it's the number 4274. The word itself means, literally, one who comes in advance to a place where the rest are to follow. That's pretty good. One who comes in advance to a place where the rest are to follow. Go back to Hebrews chapter 5. Now remember, it says, where I go you know, and the way you know. And he's shown us the way, so how did he get there? Verse 8, though he was a son, he learned obedience by the things which he suffered. And having been perfected, he became the author of eternal salvation or deliverance to all who obey him. Question is, who is he? Who do you think he is? Okay? And how do you obey him? Go to 1 Peter chapter 2. In verse 21. All of it goes back to the obedience that he followed and the persecution that he took. In the verse 21, Peter writes to us, for to this you were called, because Mashiach also suffered for us, leaving us an example that you should follow his steps. Every time we avoid any kind of something or other, you know, or persecution, whatever comes, they were just avoiding walking in his footsteps anyway. We continue to walk in obedience to the word, you know, and whatever comes, comes, right? He said the blessings are still going to come. It's just the persecution is going to be in there with it, but we're still going to be blessed. I know it's a hard thing to accept, but that's what he said. That's kind of one of them promises you wish wasn't in there, but it is, okay? Go to Acts 24. In Acts 24 and in verse 14. The Apostle Paul, Rav Shaul, said, but this I confess to you, that according to the way which they call a sect, so I worship the Elohim of my fathers, believing all things which are written in the Torah and in the prophets. That's what they believed. That's what he followed. That's what he believed. All things written in the Torah and in the prophets. That's what Paul said. Go back to Deuteronomy 31. As we were reading down, he said in verse 3, he will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall dispossess them. Who's going to destroy all those nations? Yehoshua, Yahweh is. He's going to destroy them all in advance, right? Verse 6. He said, be strong and of good courage. Do not fear nor be afraid of them. For Yahweh Eloheka, he is the one who goes with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you. Then Moshe called Yehoshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people. Okay, again, we're in Deuteronomy 31 and verse 6. Be strong and of good courage, Do not fear nor be afraid of them, for Yahweh Eloheka, He is the one who goes with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you. Then Moshe called Yehoshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people to the land which Yahweh has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. That word leave in verse 6 is number 7503. It's the word rathah. It means to slacken. Do not slacken. Do not relax. Do not withdraw. Don't let anything drop. He will not leave you. Same thing. He will not withdraw His hand from holding you up. That word forsaken, or forsake. He will not leave you nor forsake you. Numbers 58:09, Azav, and it means to give up to destruction. He will not give you up to destruction. We must have faith in what His Word says. We must believe that He will deliver us, preserve us, enrich us when we walk in that obedience. Verse 7 again, Moshe called Yehoshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people to the land which Yahweh has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. In the garden, when Messiah was praying, and then Moses and Elijah came to him, remember, then they were glorified out there where he was, and what did they come to him for? To strengthen him for what he was fixing to go through. Is that what it says? They came and appeared to and strengthened him. What does this say? Moshe called Yehoshua and said to him, Be strong and of good courage. Exactly the same thing. They were strengthening Yehoshua for the task ahead. Now in this verse, in this verse he calls him, Yehoshua. Or we have the word Joshua, Yehoshua from the text, right? The first mention of Yehoshua was back in Exodus 17:9. In Numbers we saw then where the name got changed. The first messenger we have of the tribe of Ephraim was named what? Yehoshua, from the tribe of Ephraim. Hosea. The book of Hosea is also the prophet of destruction to the house of Israel. Yehoshua was sent to restore the house of Israel. Okay. Verse 8. And Yahweh, He is the one who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you. Do not fear nor be dismayed. So Moshe wrote this law and delivered it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moshe commanded them, saying, At the end of 7 years, at the appointed time in the year of release, at the Feast of Tabernacles, when all Israel comes to appear before Yahweh Eloheka in the place which He chooses, you shall read this Torah before all Israel in their hearing. How many can sit here right now and we'll go back and start in Genesis 1 and read the whole thing? I mean, stop and think about it. There's not very many people could handle that. I mean, Verse 12, Gather the people together, men and women and little ones, and the stranger who is within your gates, that they may hear and that they may learn to fear Yahweh Eloheka, and carefully observe all the words of this Torah. The word carefully there is 8104, Shamar. Observe, 62:13 means to do. Verse 13, and their children, who have not known may hear and learn to fear Yahweh Eloheka, or Elohechem, as long as you live in the land when you cross the Yarden to possess. Then Yahweh said to Moshe, behold, the days approach when you must die. Call Yehoshua and present yourselves in the tabernacle of meeting, that I may inaugurate him, or commission him. So Moshe and Yehoshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of meeting. Now Yahweh appeared at the tabernacle in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood above the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said to Moshe, behold, you will rest with your fathers, and this people will rise and play the harlot with the gods of the foreigners of the land where they go among them, and they will forsake me and break my covenant which I have made with them. That's a flat statement of fact. Something's going to happen. That's not even a prophecy. That's a statement. It will come to pass. Verse 17, he said, then my anger shall be aroused against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. As we think back to the Holocaust, so many millions of the Jewish people were destroyed, by a nation and language, and people and all this kind of stuff. As we read these verses of Scripture in Deuteronomy and realize when all these were written and this all came to pass, and people, most all of them reject Messiah Yehoshua, but they can remember thinking back at the time when they were in the concentration camps and some of those others, and the question was, where is God? And yet all that time he had prophesied of who he was and who he was going to be. Remember, in his name he said, I will be who I will be. And that's been so distorted to this I am that I am thing until nobody ever bothers to go back and look at the Scriptures to who he said he was going to be. And since they didn't look for him, didn't expect him, then they didn't know him. And they went to their death. And yet this talks about it. Notice again in verse 17, then my anger shall be aroused against them in that day, and I will forsake them. I'll hide my face from them. They shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, have not these evils come upon us, because Elohe is not among us? Remember what they were saying back then? Where is he? Where is God? Verse 18, I will surely hide my face in the day because of all the evil which they have done, and that they have turned to other gods. How many years have they rejected Messiah? But how many years has it been since they've been taught a false Messiah instead of the real one? Yahweh says his word, his covenant is forever. And yet organized religions have been teaching a Messiah who came to do away with the law. Is that not a lie? Is that not a farce? Verse 19, now therefore write down this song for yourselves. See, here's the prophecy of the song that Moses writes of what we call Deuteronomy chapter 32. Write down this song for yourselves and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. This song is going to be sung according to Revelation 15 in the future. When I have brought them to the land flowing with milk and honey, of which I swore to their fathers, and they have eaten and filled themselves and grown fat, then they will turn to other Elohim and serve them, and they will provoke me and break my covenant. That happened. When those people broke his covenant, do you think that he is going to get rid of his people and replace them with a bunch of Gentiles that are breaking the law? And then tell them it's okay, you can live any way you want to, and destroyed all these others for breaking his law? Does that make sense? And yet there's thousands and millions of people out there who believe that. Why? They're in darkness. Go over to Revelation. In chapter 15, Now remember, we talked before about, we're not going to go into any depth right now, we talked about the beast, and we've talked about the political system, you know, that the leader, you know, the beast is the political system, and it has a leader and so forth. But here in chapter 15 and verse 1, he said, "Then I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues, for in them the wrath of El is complete." The wrath, you know, this was all prophesied back in Torah and the prophets that it was going to come to pass. "And I saw like a sea of glass mingled with fire, and those who have the victory over the beast, over his image, and over his mark, and over the number of his name, standing on the sea of glass, having harps of El. And they sing the song of Moses, the servant of Yahweh, and the song of the Lamb, saying," we're not going to read that part, but let's just go back and read that again. Verse 19 of Deuteronomy 31. "Now therefore write down this song for yourselves and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel." And Revelation said they're going to sing this song during the time of his wrath. It has yet to come to pass. Verse 20, "When I have brought them to the land flowing with milk and honey, of which I swore to their fathers, and they have eaten and filled themselves and grown fat, then they will turn to other gods and serve them, and they will provoke me and break my covenant. Then it shall be, when many evils and troubles have come upon them, that this song will testify against them as a witness, for it will not be forgotten in the mouths of their descendants. For I know the inclination of their behavior today, even before I have brought them to the land of which I swore to give." Somebody's going to have to know this song. Somebody's going to help be able to witness this song to the people, even today, the descendants, you know, those who don't understand. Verse 22, "Therefore Moshe wrote this song the same day and taught it to the children of Israel. Then he inaugurated or commissioned Yehoshua ben Nun, Yehoshua, the son of the Eternal, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land of which I swore to them, and I will be with you." So it was, when Moshe had completed writing the words of this law, this Torah, in a book, when they were finished, that Moshe commanded the Levites who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, saying, "Take this book of the Torah, and put it inside, or put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Yahweh Elohim, that it may be there as a witness against you. For I know your rebellion, and your stiff neck. If today, while I am yet alive with you, you have been rebellious against Yahweh, then how much more after my death? Gather to me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their hearing, and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will become utterly corrupt, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands." Do you think a lot of the evil that's coming on those people today is because of this very word right here? And a lot of them have not turned back. In fact, the words from one of their great leaders the other day, you know, was quoted as saying the Palestinians deserve a state. Anybody with any sense, if you go back and study the history of it, realize that until 1948 there wasn't even any kind of people called Palestinians. Wasn't no such thing. It's funny that nobody could have been called a Palestinian until after the Romans gave the land of Israel the name Palestine. Before that, they were what? They were all Arabs. Verse 30, "Then Moshe spoke in the hearing of all the congregation of Israel the words of this song until they were ended." That concludes the reading in the Torah for this day. Before we read Ezekiel, if y'all will, go with me to the book of Ecclesiastes. I think it's kind of a fitting book that we read this today along with this passage, because it outlines, and I know a lot of people think, oh well, Solomon, you know, he was turning away from Yahweh and he was doing all them bad things and all this kind of stuff, and I'm not trying to glorify what he did, because yeah, he did do a lot of that, but the scriptures tell us he still wrote words of truth. Okay? Regardless of anything else, the words he wrote were words of truth, and these words are based on what Torah said. The book of Ecclesiastes, and the word Ecclesiastes, this means what? Preacher. Kind of like a ecclesia, called out one, the ones who come out to hear the preaching of the preacher. It's really a short book. Goodness gracious, only got 12 chapters. Y'all ready? The words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, says the preacher. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. He's saying it's futility, worthlessness, worthlessness, worthlessness. It's all worthless. What is worthless? Everything other than the word of Yahweh. That's what he's finding out, because he's tempted and tried everything else and found out it was all worthless no matter what. Verse 3, what profit has a man from all his labor in which he toils under the sun? One generation passes away and another generation comes, but the earth abides forever. See, the earth is one of those witnesses. The sun also rises, the sun goes down and hastens to the place where it arose. Now we know that the sun doesn't come up and go down, the earth turns around, it just appears that way, right? But that's a whole lot easier for people to explain. The wind goes toward the south and turns around to the north. The wind whirls about continually and comes again on its circuit. You know, it hadn't been too many years ago that weather people began to study and learn the weather patterns, and you know what they found out? The wind whirls around continually. And he told them that, didn't he? And comes again on its circuit. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. To the place from which the rivers come, there they return again. The place from which the rivers come, where they come from? I guess all that water in the sea that evaporates and goes up and rains back down and becomes a river. All things are full of labor. They're wearisome. Man cannot express it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, nor the ear filled with hearing. That which has been is what will be. That's why we study the Word, to know what's going to come to pass. That which is done is what will be done, and there's nothing new under the sun. You know, I hear a while back, some of you, I think we got some emails, we sent them out to you, of some of the ancient hieroglyphs that they found carved in the stones, you know, and some of the columns in Egypt and so forth. And on some of those things had fallen off, and they come to find out that they were just a facade for carvings that were underneath them, and underneath carvings were pictures of airplanes and helicopters and all that kind of stuff. I wonder where they came from. Way back before the Egyptians did their thing. Verse 10. Is there anything of which it may be said, see, this is new? It has already been an ancient time before us. There's no remembrance of former, nor will there be any remembrance of things that are to come, but those who will come after. I, the preacher, was king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I set my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all that is done under heaven. This grievous task El has given to the sons of man, by which they may be exercised or afflicted. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun, and indeed all is vanity and grasping for the wind. You know, if all the world, if we were living in this world, but yet we know that this world is just the beginning of something. For all eternity is our future with Him, is it not? But where would we ever learn to choose the good and refuse the bad if it wasn't here on this earth? So this whole length of our time here is to learn to be obedient to His Word. And the thing that He gives us now is what teaches us how to walk with Him. Verse 15, what is crooked cannot be made straight, what is lacking cannot be numbered. I communed with my heart, saying, look, I have attained greatness and have gained more wisdom than all who were before me in Jerusalem. My heart has understood great wisdom and knowledge. and I set my heart to know wisdom and to know madness and folly. I perceive that this also is grasping for the wind. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he who increases knowledge increases sorrow. Tell you what, if you stop and think about that, the more we learn and the more we recognize how many people out there have refused the truth, does that not create a great sorrow in our hearts? I said in my heart, come now, I will test you with mirth, therefore enjoy pleasure, but surely this also is vanity. I said of laughter, it's madness, and of mirth, what does it accomplish? I searched in my heart how to gratify my flesh with wine, while guiding my heart with wisdom, and how to lay hold on folly, till I might see what was good for the sons of men to do under heaven all the days of their life. He's searching for what's good for man to do, right? I made my works great. I built myself houses and planted myself vineyards. I made myself gardens and orchards, and I planted all kinds of fruit trees in them. I made myself water pools from which to water the growing trees of the grove. I acquired male and female servants and had servants born in my house. Yes, I had greater possessions of herds and flocks than all who were in Jerusalem before me. I also gathered for myself silver and gold and the special treasures of kings and of the provinces. I acquired male and female singers, the delights of the sons of men, musical instruments of all kinds. So I became great and excelled more than all who were before me in Jerusalem. Also my wisdom remained with me. Whatever my eyes desired, I did not keep from them. I did not withhold my heart from any pleasure, for my heart rejoiced in all my labor. And this was my reward, or my portion from all my labor. Then I looked on all the works that my hands had made, or had done, and on the labor in which I had toiled. And indeed all was vanity and grasping for the wind. There is no profit under the sun. Hear what he's saying. There ain't nothing you can get involved in that's going to give you any kind of profit. The only profit comes from walking in obedience to Yahweh's word. We're going to see that a little later. Verse 12, then I turned myself to consider wisdom and madness and folly. For what can the man do who exceeds the king? Only what he's already done. Then I saw that wisdom excels folly, as light excels darkness. But what does the scripture tell us the beginning of wisdom is? The fear of Yahweh. That's the beginning of wisdom. The wise man's eyes are in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. Yet I myself perceive that the same event happens to them all. We all have trouble. We all have tribulation. It's how you react to them and what you do, right? So I said in my heart, as it happens to the fool, it also happens to me. And why was I then more wise? And I said in my heart, this also is vanity. For there's no more remembrance of the wise than of the fool forever, since all that now is will be forgotten in the days to come. And how does a wise man die? As the fool. They all die the same way. And yet we today, you know, we look at things, you know, in our television shows, you know, on Discovery channels and all this kind of stuff, and they're out there looking at all this kind of stuff, and the first thing they say is, how in the world did they make all these stones to go in these pyramids? How did they do these things? Nobody knows, so everybody's out there trying to figure out how they done it, and they all come up with all kinds of sorts of contraptions and so forth on how they could have done it, right? How could they have moved a stone bigger than a city bus, you know, or whatever? They don't know. A lot of these things that they say move, we don't even have equipment today that can move them. And yet they did it.
And we're smarter.
Yeah, we're smarter than they are, right? Verse 17, therefore I hated life, because the work that was done under the sun was grievous to me, for all is vanity and grasping for the wind. Then I hated all my labor in which I had toiled under the sun, because I must leave it to the man who will come after me. And who knows whether he will be a wise or a fool. Yet he will rule over all my labor in which I toiled, and in which I have shown myself wise under the sun. This also is vanity. Therefore I turned my heart and despaired of all the labor in which I had toiled under the sun. For there is a man whose labor is with wisdom, knowledge, and skill, yet he must leave his heritage or his portion to a man who has not labored for it. This also is vanity and a great evil. You know, we think sometimes we need to create all these vast empires to leave it to our children as an inheritance, right? And they didn't have to do anything to get it. What do they do with it? They either destroy it, turn it into something else, or just forget the whole thing and go off and whatever. Verse 22, for what has man for all his labor and for the striving of his heart with which he has toiled under the sun? For all his days are sorrowful and his work grievous. Even in the night his heart takes no rest. This also is vanity. There is nothing better for a man that he should eat and drink, and that his soul should enjoy good in his labor. This also I saw is from the hand of Elohim. For who can eat or who can have enjoyment more than I? I mean, you know, this man was receiving tribute from what? 150 or 60 nations around the world. People were coming to eat at the king's table. Even when the Queen of Sheba came up, you know, and she had heard of all the glory and everything of Solomon, what did she say? Man, this is nothing. I mean, what I'm seeing here is a whole lot more than anything I ever heard. What she'd heard was nothing compared to what was really there. Verse 26, for Elohim gives wisdom and knowledge and joy to a man who is good in his sight. Notice what he's saying. He gives wisdom and knowledge and joy to a man who is good in his sight, but to the sinner he gives the work of gathering and collecting, that he may give to him who is good before Elohim. This also is vanity and grasping for the wind. To everything there is a season, an appointed time. A time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born, a time to die. Actually, a time to be born is a time to bear, is what it says in Hebrew. A time to die, a time to plant, a time to pluck that which is planted, a time to kill, a time to heal, a time to break down, a time to build up, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. It's His wisdom which gives us a perception to perceive these various times and act accordingly. People out there in the world making songs about this kind of stuff have no idea what they're singing about. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to keep, and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. What profit has the worker from that in which he labors? I have seen the ill-given task with which the sons of men are to be occupied. He has made everything beautiful in its time. Also, He has put eternity in their hearts, except that no one can find out the work that El does from beginning to end. Pretty strong statement, isn't it? Everybody's out there looking for Yahweh somewhere, but where is He? He's in His Word. I know that there's nothing better for them than to rejoice and to do good in their lives, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Yahweh. I know that whatever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Now Solomon said this, I know that whatever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be added to it and nothing taken from it. Now that goes against all that people saying it was done away with, huh? Elohim does that men should fear before Him. That which is has already been. And what is to be has already been. And Elohim requires an account of what is past. Or literally, He requires an account of that which you pursue. That which is pursued. Moreover, I saw under the sun, in the place of justice and judgment, wickedness was there, and in the place of righteousness, iniquity was there. I said in my heart, Elohim shall judge the righteous and the wicked, for there shall be a time there for every purpose and for every work. I said in my heart concerning the estate of the sons of men, Elohim test them that they may see that they themselves are beasts. For what happens to the sons of men also happens to beasts. One thing befalls them, as one dies, so dies the other. Surely they all have one breath. Man has no advantage over beast, for all is vanity. All go to one place, all are from the dust, and all return to dust. Who knows the spirit of the sons of men, which goes upward, and the spirit of the beast, which goes down to the earth? If men are just following the things of the world and not Yahweh's word, then there is no difference between them and the beast of the field. It's only our obedience to his word that makes a difference. Verse 22, so I perceive that there is nothing better than the man should rejoice in his own works, for that is his heritage. For who can bring him to see what will happen after him? If you ignore what Yahweh's word says, then who can bring you to see what's going to take place later? You can't make anybody see if they're not walking in obedience to his word. Then I returned and considered all the oppression that's done under the sun, and look, the tears of the oppressed, but they have no comforter. On the side of their oppressors was power, but they have no comforter. Therefore I praise the dead who are already dead, more than the living who are still alive. Yet better than both is he who has never existed. He says never be born, right? And he's saying it's better. Who has not seen the evil work that is done under the sun. We don't have to go very far to look at the evil. We see destruction come upon this earth, like what just took place down in New Orleans. And what are these people trying to do? They're trying to rebuild so they can get ready for what? Mardi Gras. Another evil under the sun. Again I saw that for all toil and every skillful work a man is envied by his neighbor. This also is vanity and grasping for the wind. The fool folds his hands and consumes his own flesh. Better is a handful with quietness than both hands full, toil and grasping for the wind. Then I returned and I saw vanity under the sun. There is one alone without companion. He has neither son nor brother, yet there is no end to all his labors, nor is his eye satisfied with riches. The implication is, but he never asked, for whom do I toil and deprive myself of good? People call workaholics. All they do is work, don't do nothing, right? But this also is vanity and a grave misfortune or an evil task. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, one will lift up his companion, but woe to him who is alone when he falls, for he has no one to help him up. Again, if two lie down together, they will keep warm, but how can one be warm alone? Though one may be overpowered by another, two can withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. Better is a poor and wise youth than an old and foolish king who will be admonished no more. The wise youth changes as he learns, right? Verse 14, for he comes out of prison to be king, although he was born poor in his kingdom. I saw all the living who walk under the sun. They were with the second youth who stands in his place. There was no end of all the people over whom he was made king. Yet those who come after will not rejoice in him. Surely this also is vanity and grasping for the wind. Sounds an awful lot like Messiah Yehoshua coming up out of becoming king. And yet a lot of people not ever receiving him or accepting him as king. Walk prudently when you go to the house of El, and draw near to hear rather than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they do not know that they do evil. What is the sacrifice of fools? Their mouth. Do not be rash with your mouth, and let not your heart utter anything hastily before Elohim, for El is in heaven and you on earth. Therefore let your words be few. For a dream comes through much activity, and a fool's voice is by his many words. When you make a vow to Elohim, do not delay to pay it. You know, this really goes back, and we talked about it in Torah, where he said if you make a vow, you better be sure, that you pay it, because if you don't, then you'll be found a liar. When you make a vow to Elohim, do not delay to pay it, for he has no pleasure in fools. Pay what you have vowed. It is better not to vow than to vow and not pay. Do not let your mouth cause your flesh to sin, nor say before the messenger of El that it was an error. Why should El be angry at your excuse and destroy the work of your hands? For in the multitude of dreams and many words is also vanity. But fear Elohim. If you see the oppression of the poor and the violent perversion of justice and righteousness in a province, do not marvel at the matter. For high official watches over high official, and higher officials are over them. Moreover, the profit of the land is for all. The king himself is served from the field. The profit of the land is for all. You know, in Deuteronomy, Yahweh told us that he gives us all the ability to gain wealth in order to establish his covenant in the earth. That's for the profit of all. Verse 10, he who loves silver will not be satisfied with silver, nor he who loves abundance with increase. This also to his vanity. When goods increase, they increase who eat them. So what profit have the owners except to see with their eyes? The sleep of a laboring man is sweet, whether he eats little or much, but the abundance of the rich will not permit him to sleep. He's still trying to figure out ways to keep what he got. There is a severe evil I have seen under the sun, riches kept for their owner to his hurt. But those riches perish through misfortune or bad business. When he begets a son, there's nothing in his hand. As he came from his mother's womb, naked shall he return, to go as he came, and he shall take nothing from his labor which he may carry away in his hand. This also is a severe evil. Just exactly as he came, so shall he go. And what profit has he who has labored for the wind? All his days he also eats in darkness, and he has much sorrow and sickness and anger. Here is what I have seen. It is good and fitting for one to eat and drink and to enjoy the good of all his labor in which he toils under the sun all the days of his life, which Elohim gives him, for it is his heritage. It's good to enjoy that work and everything. As for every man to whom El has given riches and wealth and given him power to eat of it, to receive his heritage and rejoice in his labor, this is the gift of Elohim. For he will not I can't read that word there. I got it messed up somehow or other in the Bible. For he will not what? Not dwell in the days of his life, because Elohim keeps him busy with the joy of his heart. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, and it is common among men. A man to whom El has given riches and wealth and honor, so that he lacks nothing for himself of all he desires. Yet Elohim does not give him power to eat of it, but a foreigner consumes it. This is vanity, and it is an evil disease or affliction. If a man begets 100 children, is implied, and lives many years, so that the days of his years are many, but his soul is not satisfied with goodness, or indeed he has no burial, I say a stillborn child is better than he. For it comes in vanity and departs in darkness, and its name is covered with darkness. Though it has not seen the sun or known, this has more rest than that man, even if he lives 1,000 years twice over, but has not seen goodness. Do not all go to one place. It's a place of death. All the labor of man is for his mouth, and yet the soul is not satisfied. Think about that. Men work like everything, trying to make sure they got food for everything for their mouth, okay? But yet his soul is not satisfied. For what more has the wise than the fool? What does the poor man have, who knows how to walk before the living? Better is the sight of the eyes than the wandering of desire. This also is vanity and grasping for the wind. What one is, he has been named already. For it is known that he is man, and he cannot contend with him who is mightier than he. Since there are many things that increase vanity, how is man the better? For who knows what is good for man in life, all the days of his vain life, which he passes like a shadow? Who can tell a man what will happen after him under the sun? A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. Boy, that's hard for us to accept or understand, okay? Because everything in us rises up within us, sustain us, keep us from dying. And yet it says the day of birth, death is better than the birth. I would submit to you that that's true if a man knows where he's going. Verse 2, it's better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting, for that is the end of all men, and the living will take it to heart. Sorrow is better than laughter. For by a sad countenance the heart is made better. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth. Better go to the house of mourning than a comedy house. These so-called places of fun and games and everything, where they talk about a place we call Disney World and all them others, It's a human trap run by a mouse or something like that. Verse 3 says, sorrow is better than laughter, for by a sad countenance the heart is made better. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning, but the heart of fools is in the house of mirth. It is better to hear the rebuke of the wise than for a man to hear the song of fools. For like the crackling of thorns under a pot, so is the laughter of the fool. This also is vanity. Surely oppression destroys a wise man's reason, and a bribe debases or destroys the heart. The end of a thing is better than its beginning, and the patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. Do not hasten in your spirit to be angry, for anger rests in the bosom of fools. Do not hasten to be angry. Verse 10, do not say, why were the former days better than these? For you do not inquire wisely concerning this. I don't know about a lot of people, but I would like to say that, man, we're in the best days we've ever had. And they're getting better, not looking back in the past. Verse 11, wisdom is good with an inheritance and profitable to those who see the sun. For wisdom is a defense, as money is a defense, but the excellence of knowledge is wisdom, giving life to those who have it. Consider the work of Elohim, for who can make straight what he has made crooked? In the day of prosperity be joyful, but in the day of adversity consider, surely Elohim has appointed the one as well as the other, so that man can find nothing that will alongside of him or happen. I have seen all in my days of vanity. There is a just who perishes in his righteousness. There is a wicked who prolongs his life in his wickedness. Do not be overly righteous, nor be overly wise. Why should you destroy yourself? Do not be overly wicked, nor be foolish. Why should you die before your time? It is good that you grasp this, and also not remove your hand from the other, for he who fears Elohim will escape them all. Fear Elohim, you're going to escape everything. To fear means to what? To believe, listen to, and obey. Wisdom strengthens the wise more than 10 rulers of the city. For there is not a just man on earth who does good and does not sin. There ain't none. Everybody has sinned. Also, do not take to heart everything people say. That's pretty good, wisdom for today, isn't it? Lest you hear your servant cursing you. For many times also your own heart has known that even you have cursed others. All this I have proved by wisdom. I said, I will be wise, but it was far from me. As for that which is far off and exceedingly deep, who can find it out? I applied my heart to know, to search and seek out wisdom and the reason, to know the wickedness of folly, even of foolishness and madness, and I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, whose hands are fetters. He who pleases El shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her. Here is what I have found, says the preacher, adding one thing to the other to find out the reason, which my soul still seeks, but I cannot find. One man among 1,000 I have found, but a woman among all these I have not found. Truly, this only I have found, that Elohim made man upright, but they have sought out many schemes. If you go back to when he created Adam, he didn't make him a fool, he gave him all wisdom. And yet he chose to disobey. His wife just deceived, but he chose to disobey. Chapter 8 says, who is like a wise man, and who knows the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom makes his face shine, and the sternness of his face is changed. I counsel you, keep the king's commandment for the sake of your oath to Elohim. Do not be hasty to go from his presence. Do not take your stand for an evil thing, for he does whatever pleases him. Where the word of the king is, power. Does that say that where the word of the king is power? And who may say to him, what are you doing? Who's going to question what the king does? He who keeps his command will experience nothing harmful, and the wise man's heart discerns both time and judgment. Because for every matter there is a time in judgment, though the misery of man increases greatly, for he does not know what will happen. So who can tell him when it will occur? No one has power over the Spirit to retain the Spirit, and no one has power in the day of death. There's no discharge in that war. Wickedness will not deliver those who are given to it. All this I have seen and applied my heart to every work that is done under the sun, the time in which one man rules over another to his own hurt. Then I saw the wicked buried, who had come and gone from the place of holiness, and they were forgotten in the city where they had so done. This also is vanity. Because the sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. Because the sentence is not executed quickly. We look at our society today, and this is supposed to be one of the greatest societies in the world, right? And how long does it take for a sentence to get somebody found guilty to take place? My gosh, how long does it take sometimes before they ever even come to trial? Verse 12, though a sinner does evil 100 and his days are prolonged, yet I surely know it will be well with those who fear Elohim, who fear before him. But it will not be well with the wicked, nor will he prolong his days which are as a shadow, because he does not fear before Elohim. What happens if somebody dies while they're making up their mind to try to decide whether they want to obey Yahweh or not? Oops. Verse 14, there is a vanity which occurs on earth, that there are just men is implied, to whom it happens according to the work of the wicked. Again, there are wicked, to whom it happens according to the work of the righteous. I said that this is also is vanity. So I commended enjoyment, because a man has nothing better under the sun than to eat, drink, and be merry, for this will remain with him in his labor for the days of his life, which Elohim gives him under the sun. When I applied my heart to know wisdom and to see the business that is done on earth, even though one sees no sleep day or night, then I saw all the work of Elohim, that a man cannot find out the work that is done under the sun. For though a man labors to discover it, yet he will not find. Moreover, though a wise attempts to know, he will not be able to find. For I considered all this in my heart, so that I could declare it all, that the righteous and the wise in their works are in the hand of Elohim. People know neither love nor hatred by anything that is before them. What you can find between love or hatred is what is really obedience to Yahweh's word, and what is love, to obey his commandments. Verse 2, he says, everything occurs alike to all, one event to the righteous and the wicked, to the good, the clean, and the unclean, to him who sacrifices and him who does not sacrifice. As is the good, so is the sinner. He who takes an oath is he who fears an oath. This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, and one thing happens to all. Truly the hearts of the sons of men are full of evil. Madness is in their hearts while they live, and after that they go to the dead. But for him who is joined to all the living there is hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. You know, as long as you're alive, you still have the ability to make a choice. You can choose what you want to do. Once you're dead, you're dead. That's it. What else you know? Verse 5, for the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing. What about those that are dead while they walk? We call them a living dead, the walking dead, right? For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing, and they have no more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Also their love, their hatred, and their envy have now perished. Nevermore will they have a share in anything done under the sun. Listen very carefully to that statement. And then think about all these things and all these religions and so forth that deal with the dead and the departed spirits and bringing up spirits and all this kind of stuff. He said when they're dead, what? Nevermore will they have a share in anything done under the sun. They do not have a share in anything done under the sun. Verse 7, go eat your bread with joy and drink your wine with a merry heart. For Elohim has already accepted your works. Let your garments always be white, and let your head lack no oil. How can your garments always be white if your garments are the righteous acts of the saints walking in obedience to Yahweh's word? Verse 9, live joyfully with the wife whom you love all the days of your vain life, which he has given you under the sun, all your days of vanity, for that is your portion in life and in the labor which you perform under the sun. That's our portion. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might, for there is no work or device or knowledge or wisdom in the grave where you are going. You know, people today say, oh, well, I wonder what Yahweh wants me to do. What does that say? Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. Verse 11, I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to men of understanding, nor favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. For man also does not know his time, like fish taken in a cruel net, like birds caught in a snare, so the sons of men are snared in evil time, when it falls suddenly upon them. Everything we've been studying in Torah, and everything that we've read today especially, and last week, talks about what? Blessing and cursing, based on obedience to His Word. Okay? You think you can go through life and create and cause these things to happen, good, bad, or indifferent, right? And in reality, you can't do anything in this life. Things happen to everybody, good or bad. Doesn't matter. The only way that you can ensure the good and the bad in your life is to walk in obedience to Yahweh's Word and let His Word and your obedience to it bring the blessings and let those who don't get the curses. That's the choice that you have to make. That's why He said, I set before you this day life and blessings, death and curses. You choose. That's everything that Solomon is writing about. Men left to their own devices, left to their own ways, doing what they want to do, can't affect anything one way or the other, because everything that's set in this world is set because He said it. Everything out there does what it does because that's what He intended for it to do. Animals do what animals are intended to do, right? Well, when you leave Him, then you're no better off than any animal. You're going to go the way of the world, and it's all worthless and vanity. Verse 13, this wisdom I have also seen under the sun that seemed great to me. There was a little city with few men in it. And a great king came against it, besieged it, and built great snares around it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city, yet no one remembered that same poor man. Then I said, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. You know, think about it all the time. People say, well, you know, if you had a degree, you know, I'd listen. But if you got a degree from some seminary somewhere, people listen to them. But if you ain't been to school, if you ain't got that degree, if you haven't been approved by men, then you're not accepted. Verse 17, words of the wise, spoken quietly, should be heard, rather than the shout of a ruler of fools. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroys much good. Dead flies putrefy the perfumer's ointment. You can be so careful, but then them dead flies get in there and mess up everything and cause it to give off a foul odor. So does a little folly to one respected for wisdom and honor. The wise man's heart is at his right hand, but a fool's heart is his left. Even when the fool walks along the way, he lacks wisdom, and he shows everyone that he is a fool. If the spirit of the ruler rises against you, do not leave your post, for conciliation pacifies great offenses. There is an evil I have seen under the sun, as an error proceeding from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity, while the rich sit in a lowly place. I have seen servants on horses, while princes walk on the ground like servants. He who digs a pit will fall into it, and whoever breaks through a wall will be bitten by a serpent. He who quarries stones may be hurt by them, and he who splits wood may be endangered by it. If the axe is dull and one does not sharpen the edge, then he must use more strength. But wisdom brings success. Think about that. You know, you can go out there just, you know, spending effort, but you got to be smarter than what you're working with, is what he's saying. Wisdom makes it better. if the axe is dull and one does not sharpen the edge, then he must use more strength. Isn't that what he's saying? Make it sharper and you don't have to work as hard. You got to be smarter. Verse 11, a serpent may bite when it is not charmed. The babbler is no different. The words of a wise man's mouth are gracious, but the lips of a fool shall swallow him up. The words of his mouth begin with foolishness, and the end of his talk is raving madness. A fool also multiplies words. No man knows what is to be. Who can tell him what will be after him? The labor of fools wearies them, for they do not even know how to go to the city. Woe to you, O land, when your king is a child and your princes feast in the morning. Does that sound like us? I mean, how many nations in the world right now have leaders in the nations that are really adult, grown people that know, you know, they're all children in the world. They don't know nothing. Blessed are you, O land, when your king is a son of nobles and your princes feast at the proper time, at the moed, for strength and not for drunkenness, because of laziness the building decays, and through idleness of hands the house leaks. A feast is made for laughter and wine makes merry, but money answers everything. That's a good one, isn't it? Do not curse the king even in your thought. Do not curse the rich even in your bedroom, for a bird of the air may carry your voice, and a bird in flight may tell the matter. Kind of like your words can take flight, you know. Cast your bread upon the waters, for you will find it after many days. It's kind of a tough thought, isn't it? Remember, water is a lot of times referred to as millions and lots of people, okay? You cast your bread, you feed as many as you can. And then what? For you will find it after many days. It'll come back to you. As you sow, so shall you reap. Give a serving to 7 and also to 8, for you do not know what evil will be on the earth. The clouds are full of rain, they empty upon the earth. And if a tree falls to the south or the north, in the place where the tree falls, there it shall lie. He who observes the wind will not sow. He who regards the clouds will not reap. As you do not know what is the way of the wind, or the ruach, the spirit, or how the bones grow in the womb of her who is with child. So you do not know the works of Elohim who makes all. In the morning sow your seed, and in the evening do not withhold your hand. For you do not know which will prosper, either this or that, or whether both alike will be good. Truly the light is sweet, and it is pleasant for the eyes to behold the sun. But if a man lives many years, rejoicing in them all, yet let him remember the days of darkness, for they will be many. All that is coming is vanity. You remember Jacob stood before Pharaoh and he asked him how old he was? And he said, you know, 114, 120 or something are many of the years of my life, and dark or bad. And look at all the troubles and tribulations Jacob had had before he ever got down into Egypt. Look at all the years he thought about his son, who was his favorite, having been killed and devoured. His daughter Dinah, you know, was raped by the men of Shechem. And then his 2 sons went in and killed all the men of the whole city. I mean, look at all the problems that he had. And like everybody, and yet the scriptures talk about the Elohim of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Yahweh's chosen. And yet the world calls him a deceiver. Something wrong in the concepts. Verse 9, rejoice, young man, in your youth, and let your heart cheer you in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of your heart and in the sight of your eyes, but know that for all these, Elohim will bring you into judgment. You can do whatever you choose to do, but you will pay the price for what you do. Therefore remove sorrow from your heart and put away evil from your flesh, for childhood and youth are worthless. Isn't that amazing? I mean, a lot of them, some of them anyway, not all, but wouldn't go back and trade, you know, all those previous years before now, knowing than Yahweh and His Word than for anything. Just wouldn't do it. Now this is the chapter we're looking for, right? The last one. Remember now your Creator in the days of your youth, before the difficult days come, and the years draw near when you say, I have no pleasure in them. While the sun and the light, the moon and the stars are not darkened, and the clouds do not return after the rain. In the day when the keepers of the house tremble and the strong men bow down, when the grinders cease because they are few, and those that look through the windows grow dim, when the doors are shut in the streets, the sound of grinding is low, when one rises up at the sound of a bird, and all the daughters of music are brought low, also when they are afraid of height and of terrors in the way, when the almond tree blossoms, the grasshopper is a burden, and desire fails. For man goes to his eternal home, and the mourners go about the streets. Remember your Creator before the silver cord is loosed, or the golden bowl is broken, or the pitcher shattered at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the well. Then the dust will return to the earth as it was, and the spirit will return to Yahweh who gave it. Vanity of vanity, says the preacher, all is vanity. And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yes, he pondered and sought out and set in order many proverbs. The preacher sought to find acceptable or delightful words, and what was written was upright, words of truth. The words of the wise are like goads, and the words of scholars are like well-driven nails given by one shepherd. And further, my son, be admonished by these. Of making many books there is no end, and much study is wearisome to the flesh. We know that, huh? The mind will absorb what the derriere will endure. We all have heard that, right? Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. What it's all about. Fear Elohim and keep His commandments. For this is the whole. If you'll notice that word duty in most Bibles is not in the Hebrew text. Actually, that verse says, for this is the whole of man. Fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole of man. That's all that you are supposed to do. For Elohim will bring every work into judgment, including every secret thing, whether it's good or whether it is evil. As we read this and we think about this whole book, everybody goes out there and does the things that they want to do, right? And lives in the world. That's a good time for that to be over, huh? Y'all done good. We've had a long study here today, and I realize it's been kind of long, but we've been forced into some things, because of the situations upon us. But if you will, go with me to Ezekiel, and I'm going to read Ezekiel, and then I'm going to read a little short thing here. It's a tale from the Hasid. Kind of fits up today, but Ezekiel 37. 38. Yeah. Yeah, what's he said? 38:18. And the reason we're reading it is because, they have been taught, for years that this war is going to take place during this time frame. Ezekiel 38, beginning in verse 18. And it will come to pass at the same time when God comes against the land of Israel, says, Yahweh Elohim, that my fury was showing my faith. Remember, Gog, the word itself means a leader. Not by definition, but Gog is the leader of the land of Magog, the land that belongs to Gog, okay? Now, I don't know how many people realize this or not, but if you're standing on the Great Wall of China, looking north into Belarus, there is a sign there, in the Russian that says the land of Magog. Okay, so, that kind of helps us understand a little bit of where the area is that you're talking about. And I don't know how many people have ever really thought about this, but all the movies that we've seen, about Russia, and then the movies of the Cold War, and all the stuff, Look at all the churches and the buildings that you see in Russia that have been built over all these years, and yet they claim to be an atheistic society, but they weren't always that way. And Yahweh remembers the people in the land that was, not necessarily what is. And it will come to pass at the same time when God comes against the land of Israel, says Yahweh Elohim, that my fury will show in my face. When Gog and those people come against the land of Israel. So that is going to take place. For in my jealousy and in the fire of my wrath I have spoken. Surely in that day there shall be a great earthquake or a shaking in the land of Israel. So that the fish of the sea, the birds of the heavens, the beasts of the field, all creeping things that creep on the earth, and all men who are on the face of the earth shall shake at my presence. The mountains shall be thrown down, the steep places shall fall, and every wall shall fall to the ground. I will call for a sword against God throughout all my mountains, says Yahweh Elohim. Every man's sword will be against his brother. The mountains of Israel are where? In the mountains of Ephraim. And I will bring him to judgment with pestilence and bloodshed. I will rain down on him, on his troops, and on the many peoples who are with him, flooding rain, great hailstones, fire and brimstone. Thus I will magnify myself and sanctify myself, and I will be known in the eyes of many nations. Then they shall know, Ani Yahweh, I am Yahweh. A lot of people today don't know who he is, who Yehoshua is. They don't know he is Yahweh, right? But he is. And you, son of man, prophesy against Gog, and say, Thus says Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against you, O Gog, the chief prince of Rosh, Meshach, and Tubal, and I will turn you around and lead you on, bringing you up from the far north, and bring you against the mountains of Israel. Then I will knock the bow out of your left hand, and cause the arrows to fall out of your right hand. You shall fall upon the mountains of Israel, you and all your troops and the people who are with you. I will give you to birds of prey of every sort, to the beasts of the field to be devoured. He's giving these people to the birds of prey. There's going to be a feast, and all the birds are going to come in and feast on the bodies of kings and all those, right? You see how these little things tie in together with these little pieces of prophecy. You shall fall in the open field, for I have spoken, says Yahweh Elohim. And I will send fire on Magog and on those who live in security in the coastlands. Then they shall know, Ani Yahweh. Where is he going to send the fire? On Magog and the coastland. Remember, coastland also means the islands. So I will make my holy name known in the midst of my people, Israel. And I will not allow profanity or profaning my holy name anymore. Then the nations shall know, Ani Yahweh, the Holy One in Israel. I would just challenge all of you here in the next few days to go through and look at the scriptures that talk about profaning his name through your disobedience to his covenant. See if he doesn't, if not in those words, the action that takes place. If our disobedience brings profanity or profanes his name. Verse 8, surely it is coming, and it shall be done, says Yahweh Elohim. This is the day of which I have spoken. Then those who dwell in the cities of Israel will go out and set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields and bucklers, the bows and arrows, the javelins and spears, and they will make fires with them for 7 years. This has never happened before. Never come to pass before. Still in the future. They will not take wood from the field nor cut down from the forest, because they will make fires with the weapons, and they will plunder those who plundered them and pillage those who pillaged them, says Yahweh Elohim. It will come to pass in that day I will give Gog a burial place there in Israel, the valley of those who pass by east of the sea, and it will obstruct travelers, because there they will bury Gog and all his multitude. Therefore they will call it the valley of Hamon Gog, the multitude of Gog. For 7 months the house of Israel will be burying them in order to cleanse the land. Indeed, all the people of the land will be burying, and they will gain renown for it on the day I am glorified, says Yahweh Elohim. They will set apart men regularly employed with the help of a search party to pass through the land and bury those bodies remaining on the ground in order to cleanse it. At the end of 7 months, they will make a search. 7 months they're going to be cleansing and burying the dead bodies. Boy, there's going to be a lot of feasting by the birds of the air on these bodies while they're, going through doing all these things. The search party will pass through the land, and whenever anyone sees a man's bone, he shall set up a marker by it till the buriers have buried it in the valley of Hamon Gog. Why do they set up a marker? Because if you touch it, you become unclean. Then the rules concerning clean and unclean are still going to be applying in the future. If nothing else, as y'all read these prophecies, Ezekiel and all these other books, and all the things it talks about coming to pass in the future, look in the books and what they say about the rules and regulations of Torah still being applied in the future, and then decide whether or not this Torah has been done away with. Verse 16. The name of the city will also be Hamonah, literally meaning multitudes. Thus they shall cleanse the land. Before we shut everything down, since we are in the Feast of Sukkot, we're all fixing to go out and enjoy the Sukkah, and maybe it's a little cooler now, maybe not. In the shade, maybe it will be, we'll find out. In the Talmud, there's the Hasidic, and we think about the Hasidic people, and a lot of people don't realize that they started back in the 1800s in Russia. And this is a story from one of those groups at that time. And his name was Rabbi Nachman of a little city called Bratslav. And he was invited by a humble man to visit his sukkah, on which he had spent more than he could afford. He had purchased the finest lumber, expensive decorations, and beautiful pines for the roof coverings. Rabbi Nachman accepted the invitation and paid a visit during the feast, accompanied by a disciple. When they entered the booth, the disciple whispered to Rabbi Nachman that the sukkah was not constructed according to all the law. But the rabbi remained silent. After they left the sukkah, Rabbi Nachman observed to his disciple, "This man went to so much trouble and spent so much money for the booth, and you raised questions as to its validity because of legal stringencies or man-made rules or precepts?" In this season of our joy, talks about the birth of Messiah Yehoshua, the season of our joy. And as we look forward, not only back to his birth, but we look forward to the coming of Messiah to gather us up, and we go to a wedding, and then we come back and we go into a wedding supper, which this also teaches us about. Let's remember that just keeping the Sabbath, keeping the festivals on the appointed day, keeping the things we're supposed to do is all part of the whole thing, okay? But loving your neighbor as yourself, and those of us who claim to be, okay, how can we love someone if we're constantly trying to pick them apart? If we're constantly trying to tear them down? We must recognize the times that we come together as a family are the times that we should exhort and lift one another up. There's a world out there trying to tear us down 24 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week, right? We don't need that from among one another. We need to be exhorted. We need to be, lifted up. We need to be pushed to do right, not just be tearing somebody down, but lift them up and push them to do the things that they're supposed to do. We all remember the old saying about, which one gathers more flies, the honey or the vinegar, right? I mean, we got to remember, and I'm not talking about a false sense of sweetness or this kind of stuff, okay? But let's always remember that the Torah says one thing. We can always interpret and add to or take away as we see fit if we're not careful. We have to be very, very careful that we never take away or add to what the Torah says in our understanding and our interpretation. During this season of our rejoicing, okay, we must develop ways to encourage others to seek to please Yahweh. That's what it's all about. That our light will shine brightly. We can't do this if we're not to be. I'd like to read one. Go to Romans chapter 2. Starting in verse 17. Now, this passage here in Romans chapter 2, if you stop and think about it, this whole thing was written to people that knew the law. So who is this being written to? It's written to the children of Israel, those who were accepted that lived in Rome, right? Indeed, you are called a Yehudi and rest on the Torah and make your boast in Yahweh. That's kind of like us. We rest on the Torah. We make our boast in that we know and that we're doing and everything right. And know His will and approve the things that are excellent, being instructed out of the Torah, out of the law. And are confident you yourself are a guide to the blind, a light to those who are in darkness. I've talked a lot about darkness today. An instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes, having the form of knowledge and truth in the Torah, in the law. We like to think we have that, right? You therefore who teach another, do you not teach yourself? That's a pretty stout statement. The question he's asking there, okay? When you're teaching another, do you teach yourself? Are we listening to what we say when we're talking to somebody else? You therefore who teach another, do you not teach yourself? You who preach that a man should not steal, do you steal? You who say, do not commit adultery, do you commit adultery? You who abhor idols, do you rob temples? You who make your boast in the Torah, do you dishonor Yahweh through breaking the Torah? Now, one of the things we all need to recognize is this is Romans, this is New Testament commentary talking about keeping the Torah. And he said, you who make your boast in the law, do you dishonor Yahweh through breaking the law? For the name of Yahweh is blasphemed among the Gentiles because of you, as it is written. I said go out and search a little while ago about searching for the passage that talks about finding a place where it talks about blaspheming His name through our disobedience. This is it. Okay? We blaspheme His name whenever we claim to be teacher to somebody else, and then we do something that goes against what this word says, and we blaspheme His name and make it dishonorable in the eyes of somebody else. Not trying to bring a damper on the season of our joy, but I just trying to let all of us, we need recognize really what we're trying to do. And we are trying to lift up and exhort, and we want our families and everything to join with us in this whole thing, don't we? We've got to be lights to them, not a cloud of doom. Not darkness and this kind of thing. But we must let them see in us something that they really want. And I thank you for your time and your patience and everything. And that concludes the readings for this day.